for these cities. Shanisa is currently pursuing her bachelor's degree in urban development at Florida International University. And in addition to her professional building department experience, one of Shanisa's passion is cooking. Rosemary, you're going to have some competition.
Is Shanisa here?
Yes. In regards to cooking, Shanisa's goal is to have her own cooking show on the Food Network. That's one of her hobbies. Shanisa brings industry knowledge, enthusiasm, and dedication to the village, and specifically to the building department. It is my pleasure to introduce our new team member, Shanisa Michael.
Good evening. First, I would like to thank the manager for this opportunity and bringing me a part of the community. And please do feel free to contact me, email, call me for any questions or concerns you might have.
Thank you, Shanisa. Welcome.
Thank you.
And just to clarify for the record, for those of you that don't know, but Shanisa is taking the place of Jeannie Bridges, who, as you all know, retired after many years of service. All right, additions, deletions, and withdrawals.
Mayor, the staff would like to recommend that we move item 12F to right after public comments. This item is the request to waive rental facility fees for Boy Scout Troop 307.
Okay, so we'll move that after public comment. Anything else? Nothing else?
From staff.
Anything from the commission?
I have something I'd like to add. It has to do with an element of the manager's weekly reports now that includes some code details. Sounds off. I'll try to speak up. I'm sorry. We need to replace the batteries. But if we could have a brief discussion on an element in the manager's report that has to do with code, courtesy notices and violations. Just have a brief discussion on that, if you're amenable, if not.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll add that
12H.
to the agenda. 12H is fine. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment. I know there's a lot of you here this evening, and I know many of you are here to talk about the sanitation issue. So if you can come up, state your name and address for the record. And we're going to, just so everyone has the opportunity to speak, we're going to try to limit it to, what is 3 minutes is fine? Obviously, we'll be flexible so everyone gets to say what they want to say. So with that, who wants to go first?
Do we have more agendas, please, for the late winners?
You need a copy of the agenda?
Yeah, we need several, please.
Can we make some copies?
Barbara Kuehl, 111th Street. I'm going to try to make this brief. I'm still in favor of keeping Public Works in-house. According to our men, the ones that I've spoken with, they feel that one truck is necessary and not two. I would suggest bring back the cutting of our medians, do the recycling in-house, increase the men's wages, and our sanitation fee. We need to fund it now for the future so that we can buy new equipment when we need it. Everyone has been working the numbers and sending out emails. Milton Hunter, Steve Bernard, Dan Keyes, former Mayor Jacobs, Chuck Ross, and the administration. And everyone is coming up with different figures. Some of the people are saying that if we keep it in-house, we won't have money. And if we outsource it, everything from not much will change in the amount of money that we get in to us having enough money to do everything we ever wanted. The sanitation fund is supposed to support our garbage and trash needs, not restocking our reserves or paving our roads. It's not supposed to make money to be used for other things. For me, the most questionable numbers is the administration fee. On both outsourcing and in-house, it's listed as almost $190,000. We went from $50,000 administrative fee to now $190,000. What's changed? We have a great public works crew. We worked hard to build a new public works facility. We should keep control of our biggest services. We're not going broke in 5 years, and we can always outsource. But it's going to be almost impossible if we outsource now to ever get public works back.
Okay,
The other item I'd like to speak to briefly is item 12F, the request from the Boy Scout troop. The Boy Scout troops have long had a policy of discrimination. They recently changed that, probably from public input, that they now allow gay Scout members, but not gay Scout leaders. Biscayne Park should not be offering the use of our public facilities to a group that practices discrimination. And I don't like to vote against a nice group of boys, but this is about the Boy Scouts of America policy, and it's about the adults. Broward County doesn't grant them free use of their facilities because of this, and more communities are saying no to this for the same reason. In our Charter 7.07, it does not allow discrimination based on sexual orientation or religion. They also discriminate against atheists and agnostics. And I hope I'm not the only one that's going to stand up and speak against this. Thank you.
okay, thank you, Rosa. Caesar, is it that microphone that's making that noise? Okay, sir, will you say your name?
My name is Dennis Murphy. I live at 10903 Northeast 8th Court. My house was part of Public Works until I bought it in '93. My outdoor bathroom was used by them until they built the new building department. I am most familiar with the Public Works, their noise, their abilities, and most important, I think, is the responsibility. Their ability to respond to our needs is superlative. I think our crime rate is low because we've got these gentlemen running around 5 days a week, almost omnipresent on every block, keeping an eye out for us. We have a lot of geriatric folks in this neighborhood who don't bring their buckets out to the street, and we have a lot of streets that aren't wide enough for those stupid cans. I've broken 2 side rearview mirrors on those things. But our ability to respond by having our own people, I think, is more valuable than the cost savings of a few $100.
Good evening. Dan Rodriguez, 890 Northeast, 113th Street. First of all, I'd like to say that, in the last meeting, I didn't think that some of the suggestions that I would say were going to be taken seriously, and they did. I actually, the last time I spoke, I said, let's look at privatization of the trash, and it had been brought up before a long time ago. Actually, I'm completely reverse on that, because one thing that I remember, I don't know how many of you were around here in Katrina, but when Katrina came, it was October. It was very cold, and it brought down lots of trees and lots of debris. And if that ever happens again, a private company is going to cost a lot. And these guys did it without, they were passing out the ice for free. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that ice kept us going, because some of us didn't have any power for a long time. So I'd like to completely reverse what I said. I've seen other counties that have privatization. They start low like anybody does. Later on, it starts getting more expensive, more. Every private company, I've been in sales for over 32 years. And we don't raise the new people coming in we raise the people that we already have. And every year, we notch it up and notch it up till it's way sky high. $7, when I was told they were paying $7, one time one guy came, he had a cut in his hand. It's from some of the glass that was in the trash. These guys expose their hands, expose a lot of things, and they do a lot more. Like, you know, when I was sick, and I couldn't take out the bins, I had pneumonia. They went out and took it out for me. The private companies are not going to do that. They're going to be out there with a measuring stick for every cubic foot. And a lot of times we go over it sometimes. And sometimes I paid the $15. And yeah, sometimes I put some rocks in there, you know? But the private companies, they're going to give it to us, man. Don't ever lose what you already have. Sometimes you don't know what you have until you don't have it, you know? As far as, you know, as far as the Boy Scouts is concerned, to the lady that spoke earlier, you know what? Let's let big-time politics for big-time politics. My boy was a Boy Scout. The best thing that happened to him was the Boy Scouts. And yeah, I don't want the wrong leadership to be leading that. And I agree. There's certain leadership that we don't want. We don't want a hood from the street leading a Boy Scout. All right? I just have to say that. And anyways, thank you for your time. And thank you for your service, everybody.
Hi, Chuck Ross, 111 Griffin Boulevard. Barbara, I don't think I sent any emails out. I did? I don't think so. On the sanitation issue, I just want to put out there that I ran my own numbers based on the budget, this year's budget, 13 fiscal year ended September 14. And one of the things I noted when I ran the numbers was that there's no adjustment for the cost of the laborers. And that's I see that as a big issue. So if we're going to maintain the sanitation in-house, then we're going to have to make an adjustment to pay our people better. And right now, my understanding is we're down to 6 full-time sanitation workers, when we really should have 8 or maybe even 9, I've been told. So, you know, running, and then why, I guess the question begs to be asked, well, why can't we fill those 2 spots? I guess we're not paying enough money is why. So, you know, I actually, some people have said they think that the fee has been indicated that it's a little high. I think it's not high enough. And also keep in mind that I think the number is $717 that they propose for keeping it in-house doesn't allow for any village-wide improvements other than the purchase of the 2 new trucks. It doesn't allow for improving the roads, the medians, et cetera, things we need to do around here. So keep this in mind when you're thinking about outsourcing versus keeping it in-house. Barbara Watts, I want to address something that was put out on Sunday. I received on my doorstep a flyer from a group that calls itself the Residents for a Beautiful Biscayne Park. It was a cover page with that name on it, and then behind it was your email you sent on March 23rd, and an article written about Noah a couple of years ago before he got elected. I assume that you were in part to the distribution.
I wrote the email, nothing else.
You didn't have anything to do with the distribution. Okay.
So I just make a comment, they're not going to be back and forth. Just
Okay, that's fine. The main point I have to say about this is that I felt that there was a lot of misinformation in your email that was distributed out. And I'll tell you, for the life of me, I can't understand. I've been looking at the wood poles that exist in the village. They have a lifespan of 30 to 50 years, as opposed to concrete poles that have a lifespan of 75 plus years. The wood poles are full of preservatives and other kinds of poisons. So when we put these things in the ground, we're killing trees, and we're potentially poisoning our environment. And I understand that they're not as hazardous as they used to be, but you know, FP&L is doing what we were mandated to do by the government of Florida, and I believe by the federal government, to harden the grid. And the grid that, can I have
Yeah, just
20 seconds?
Sure.
This grid leads to places that in an emergency need to have their power on or restored as fast as possible, like hospitals, police services, fire departments. And that's why they're doing it. They're not doing it because, you know, they want to spend a lot of extra money, which I believe is $500 million they're spending on their projects. So I think the thing to do, and I'll wrap it up real quick, if you want to, what needs to be done is we need to make sure that our residents are noticed so they have adequate time to prepare in case their power is out, that they get the potential to possibly adjust where it might be placed, so it might it would less affect, you know, where it is in their property. And as far as you made a statement about property values, I don't think these are affected by the polls whatsoever. I actually did an analysis in 2011, the duplex where Noah lives. Okay, it's gone up $100,000 in the last 3 years. So I don't think the poll affected his property value in any way, shape, or form. It actually matched the increase in all the other properties in Biscayne Park, which are up 179% since then. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place, regarding the outsourcing. I have a real concern with you guys coming here tonight to make this sort of decision when there is a huge component that was missing. You've got status quo and you've got outsource. What you don't have is revamping of what we have. There's always a way to do it better and more efficiently and more cost-effective, and that's a missing piece. That absolutely should have been provided with the same detail as you got everything else. Plus, let's face it, we have a history where ordinances can take 2 or 3 years to be done, and you guys are going to decide on this tonight. You decide to go with outsourcing. We've got a contract that's got to be done in a month. That's really not a good feeling, I got to tell you. Regarding the FPL issue, it really would have been nice, Commissioner, if you had written this in a more objective tone. That sort of emotional, inflammatory rhetoric, that doesn't get us cooperation from anybody. It's just not good governance. And I find it ironic we're coming here tonight ostensibly to be told our financial shape is so bad we've got to outsource, and yet so many of the things on that agenda item and the email especially involve special taxing districts, which cost money, and attorney's fees and referendums. And just a few years ago, hopefully you guys all remember, when you got the last quote on undergrounding the wires, it worked out to about 10 to 15,000 per house just for FPL's wires. That's not counting Comcast and AT&T. That's not counting individual hookups. I don't care if you stretch that out over years. That's huge. You can't put that on people. And as far as house values, well, we've got concrete poles over by us. The last 2 years, we've gone up about 125%. So if that's hurting my property values, I'm good with that hurt.
Judy Hamelberg, 1015 Northeast 116th Street. For those of you who didn't know me back then, about 10 years ago, we had a committee of citizens who were tasked to try and figure out what to do about public works. And the committee was headed up by Steve Bernard, and there were, I think, 8 or 10 of us in there. And we looked at outsourcing, and we looked at what Public Works is doing, and we decided that it would be much more cost-effective to keep it in-house and to have the city charge the proper amount for garbage collection. We get charged for our tipping fees. We do not get charged sufficiently as residents in this town for the workers that have to do the work and for the equipment that has to do the work. Every commission from that day forward has kept saying, oh yes, we will address it, and nobody wants to raise rates enough to cover for it. We built a new building to give them safe facilities because they didn't even have a bathroom on their property, and I was outraged about it. Bob Anderson, been listening to me on Public Works for years. Those people do a dirty job that you and I would never care to do. And they do it graciously, and they do it nicely, and they look out for us. And we did a good job by looking out for them, by designing a building, and for what, $120,000, we built it for them so that they could be safe and sound and have the facilities they need. But we've been through administration after administration who has not been fair with the citizens on what gets charged for public works. The job that needs to be done. There's no way an outsourcing company can do it for less. they can give you a teasy rate, but it'll go up and up and up and up. And this is what happened when we had our recyclables. We decided not to get trucks and let our guys do it. We decided to go with the county. Well, the first couple of years, the county was great on it. And after that, the county's bills went sky high. The only reason we got anything with Miami Shores, which was like half of the price of what the county was, if I'm correct, was because Doc Morris had friends that were, one friend who was a mayor in the city of Miami Shores, and we tapped onto them for their help. Once we get rid of our trucks, we have nothing but these private companies, and they can charge us whatever they want. And yes, the devil's in the details, and you can say they can only do this much, but in the long run, you're not going to be able to tell how many years down the road, and it's going to keep going up and up and up. If it's going to go up, I'd rather it go up with our own people. The gentleman was talking about in October, okay, 2 seconds. That was Hurricane Wilma. That was the hurricane that left my roof in the backyard and my house came down. These guys came checking in on me. They brought me water. They brought me ice. They did whatever they could do to help me. And it was a treacherous time for the whole community because it was dangerous. We had power lines down, and we had trees down tangled in the power lines. They took care of us. You're not going to get that anywhere else. I know I was emotional the other day, David. It's a very emotional issue for me. I have been fighting for public works for years and years and years and years and years. I will continue to fight for them, and I'm not going to stop. I think you guys should get the feel that this community wants to keep it in-house. We love them.
Dale Blanton, 12025 Griffin Boulevard. Mine's a little different. I just want to thank Barbara for getting up and speaking on behalf of the Boy Scouts and not necessarily waiving a fee. As a gay man in a relationship for 31 years, I take offense to there still being discrimination with regards to the leadership of the Boy Scouts. As a group, I grew up with many of my friends and cousins being in the Boy Scouts. It was a fine organization. At that time, it wasn't an issue. Now it is. I don't think this community should waive any fees with regards to that until the discrimination is lifted.
Tracy Trotman, 791 Northeast 116. I'll start with the Boy Scouts. I'm just going to concur with Barbara and Dale said. Unfortunately, children get caught in the middle of this political stuff, but in the end, change comes from understanding that discrimination is just not tolerated. Thank you on that issue. Regarding public works, my struggle. There's nothing I can say that can support the gentlemen who have done the work for us. There's nothing I'm going to say that everybody in this room won't stand up and say, and that I won't see tears in their eyes this evening because I've already seen that. I've talked to, I think, every commissioner up there regarding the pain I have regarding getting rid of public works in lieu of an outside source. This has nothing to do with Waste Pro. This has an issue with outsourcing versus non-outsourcing. I also have been one of the most vocal people on making sure that Biscayne Park is fiscally sound. So I feel like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. The problem I have is I'm not on the inside and I don't really understand the numbers. I can sit here and tell you I do because I've talked to all of you, but I don't. I don't understand $179,000 in administrative fees. It doesn't make sense to me. So I need more clarity on that for me to have a clear opinion. Also, there is a possible compromise that I'm going to suggest, and that is that you start insourcing and keep your public works folks to work on our medians, because none of us are happy, unless I'm incorrect here, with how our medians have been maintained. Is that true? Yeah. Okay. That would maintain a lot of our personnel. Regarding outsourcing sanitation and regarding outsourcing recycling, I've always been in favor of doing it in-house. I always have since I've been here. My trouble is I don't know how you're going to finance it. I don't know how you're going to finance new trucks and pay people livable wages. I know nobody wants me to say this, but I think the only people we have not heard from is the folk from Public Works. And I don't want Caesar involved in this because I don't think that would be fair. Right. I think it should be the people tonight who should be able to stand up and speak are the people from Public Works, with no retribution, but with honesty. And I think we should hear from them. They are part of our community, and I think they should be heard. I also think that you should send out a monkey survey that will allow you to get a more reasonable response rather than a couple emails and a couple things that you did. And I know you guys have done a really hard job trying to hear everybody's opinion. We have, I think, 1,322 households. Am I correct on that, Maria? 1,300. Okay, 1,300 households. I think we should hear from what folks want, and you should know one way or the other before you make a decision on outsourcing. And finally, the last thing I want to say has to do with a full, complete picture. Whenever you're negotiating a contract, they're going to tell you whatever you want to hear. Now, everybody knows this. I know no more than many of you sitting up there who have negotiated contracts. But what I don't see is an even picture between insourcing and outsourcing. I still don't see an even picture. And that's what I need to make a clear decision. I think tonight, rather than make a decision on outsourcing or not, I think you need to have a very clear direction on a presentation by both parties so that that is a fair and equitable comparison, and then that should go out in the monkey survey to folks. That's my thought right now. Thank you very much.
Two issues. I happen to be one of those certain people that...
Dan?
Yes, Dan Keys, 118th Street, that one of my neighbors doesn't want dealing with the Boy Scouts and teaching his son. I dare say I'd be a pretty good Boy Scout leader. Okay. Anyway, suffice it to say, you know, we shouldn't be giving a cut rate deal to the Boy Scouts until they get with the program. Regarding outsourcing, I happen to have a little experience with this. I have negotiated a contract in a previous job. You can get a good contract. You can extend out lower costs for a number of years. And even if this fictitious thing, that prices keep going up and up and up, well, prices go up for us, up and up and up. Whether we do it in-house, they're going to go up for us too. All right? If we were concerned with that, then it would, you know, we're 20% different between doing it in-house and doing it out, and we, you know, certainly that's absorbed. I didn't make that very clear, but we don't. What we do know is that we can negotiate a contract with 3 years of the same cost. I think that's what's been thrown around, with some escalation for 2 years out to a 5-year contract. That's not something we can do in-house. We're going to have increases next year and the year after that and the year after that regardless. I'm more concerned with the quality of the service that's performed and the type of service that's performed. You know, if you decide to contract, I would like a contract written such that my trash service is maintained as it is, that I'm not required to put materials into a container in bite-sized pieces. I personally recommend that you go to a one-armed bandit for garbage and a one-armed bandit for recycling. You'll get much higher recycling rates. And whether or not you require the contractor to haul that container out to the street and haul it back is up to you. Okay, that's a level of service that you decide upon and contract for. Our employees should be equitably treated to the extent possible in contract language. If they want a job there, they should be offered a job there. Presumably, they're doing a good job here, they would be doing a good job there, and they would maintain their jobs there at higher salaries. I think the most responsible decision, you know, that this commission should be making is one that considers the well-being of our community and the financial well-being. I think the benefits that we gain through being able to recover some of the costs of the deterioration of the streets due to the garbage and trash operation is a major thing that we need to consider. And an item that's been mentioned is the management fees. People need to know that that's money that's already spent, that is just distributed equitably to the waste division. And if it's not distributed equitably by lowering the waste division fee, we're going to have to find a way in your tax bill to pay for that. And our tax bills can't go up any higher than they are right now due to the 10 mil cap. I strongly urge you to contract out, get a great contract, provide city employees that will be able to manage that contract and make sure that we get what we contract for. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Good evening. My name is Mrs. Geary, and I live on 109th Street, and I was talking to the mayor a while ago, so if I heard me, or saw me. I'm not going to discuss all the money issues. Let somebody else discuss it. I do think, though, that you could probably do a better job with the money. But our garbage man or our garbage department should stay the same for many, many reasons, just like I told the mayor. I was talking about Wilma, who was here when Andrew hit. I wonder how many people were here when Andrew hit, okay? When you couldn't get through the streets at all and you went like you had to walk for weeks, you couldn't get through. I mean, it was devastated. They used to, on the end of my street by the railroad track, North Miami used to bring their trees and put them there till it got so high 1 or 2 years later, it was burning, okay? It came to a burning pot there. Okay, all these things, and the garbage men have always been here to help us. Public Works has been here. It's been part of our community. And I think everyone up there, maybe not everyone, I hope that they're going to vote to keep them. It's a small little community, and when I heard someone tell me the other day that it came from somebody up here, that from what I understand, that it was already a done deal, I said, oh, what's the vote for? What's the vote for? I don't think that that's right. These people have worked very, very hard for us, and we appreciate it. And I think that they should stay in our community. I don't care if you want to raise my garbage bill, raise it. Raise it. Most of the people that live here, they don't care. Raise it. Raise it. And figure out some other way of taking care of it.
Thank you.
Matt Kaminsky. I'm a homeowner of 7 properties in Biscayne Park. The real issue in Biscayne Park is we have a millage rate and property tax issue. We don't have a garbage issue. How is the garbage going to help lower my property taxes, which is the real issue? The next thing is some of the commissioners that are up there now and in the previous did not budget for garbage trucks. That's your fault. And now because you guys did not budget for garbage trucks, you guys want to outsource to try to lower your budget so it makes sense. That's the only reason, because there's no complaints or no issues with the garbage department. You have a budget issue, okay? And because you have a budget issue...
Wait a minute. I know everyone's emotional, but we got to get through this meeting, and there's a lot of people that want to speak, so if you could just hold the applause. Thank you.
So since you have a budget issue, because some of the commissioners up there in the past did not budget for it, why are we taking it out on the garbage department that never had issues, okay? We have a property tax and millage rate issue. Our property taxes are too high. How is this going to lower my property taxes? It's not. So why are we taking away something that's better for Biscayne Park? All right?
Thank you.
Marie Smith, 12015 Griffin Boulevard. North Miami outsourced its garbage, and there's a lot of complaints from the residents. They had to employ a liaison officer so that when the complaints came into the office, then you would get in touch with the liaison officer that would go out and talk to the people that had all these complaints. And my question to you is, what is the consensus of our public workers? Do they want to go with outsourcing, or do they want to remain with us? Has a consensus been done? And what is the results? They want to stay. Well, you know, I have said this many times, that this little village is supposed to be a bird sanctuary. Let's make it a human rights sanctuary too. People, workers, up the taxes, whatever you need to do. And let's do something different to what is happening all over the world because of economic problems. Because some people are making a hell of a lot of money on the top, and we know these outsourcing companies, they're becoming millionaires, they're giving in the contracts, saying what a hell of a job they will do. We don't know what the job will end in 3 or 4 years' time. So let's keep our workers.
Hello, David Tennell, Northeast 118th Street. Yeah, I can't agree more. I actually came to just speak briefly about the FPL hardening project, but you know, something that makes this village a community are those workers. I mean, I can't tell you how much satisfaction and joy I have in my relationship with them. It makes it feel truly like a special place, and if they weren't here, I think it would be a huge disservice to the village, and a betrayal and a disservice to them, and I completely agree with that. On a separate note, it came to my attention the issue of the FPL hardening project, and you know, having concrete pylons throughout Biscayne Park is a huge concern. It was proposed in actually up in Fort Lauderdale on one of the main streets there, and they stalled the actual process and got FPL to take them underground. I don't know if that's a possibility for us, but I certainly think we need to explore every option. At a minimum, retaining the wood. It keeps us looking natural. It makes Biscayne Park, I think, a desirable place to be. I have a lot of friends that are moving into here, and if we start to put up these concrete pylons throughout, I think it's really going to change the aesthetic and the face of Biscayne Park, and I think it is a huge issue that needs some attention, and we need to exhaust every option possible before we decide to move forward with that. Thank you very much.
Hello all. Milton Hunter, 646 Northeast 114th Street. I didn't have my notes. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but I did want to talk a little bit about some of the research I've done over the last week regarding the outsourcing proposal. And I think the point that is missed through this for some is the reason we're here looking at this in the first place, which has to do with money and the bottom line of our reserves and our general fund and what can we do. And we have to look at some alternative ideas simply to try to survive and be viable beyond the 4 or 5 years the finance department has told us that we have left at our existing money in, money out scenario. I've written about this in the village blog. I've talked to some neighbors about it, and I've still not heard, other than sentiment, emotion, and nostalgia, a financial and fiscal reason for not looking to outsource for the many benefits that the village can receive from this, should this be the decision to go. There's no other way we're going to be able to capture the franchise fee and other cost savings by streamlining in-house on its own. It's just not a component that's available, period. And if truly the will of the majority of residents is to let the village default 4 years from now, 5 years from now, and that's the option, and if you think that's what's in our best interest for property values, quality of life, then let's just do nothing. But I was very compelled that this was not only a benefit for our people, but also financially for the village, and that's what this is about from my perspective. I moved in Biscayne Park 23 years ago now for Biscayne Park, not to be part of unincorporated North Miami. And that's the path we're on if we don't make some tough decisions. And it's not going to meet with everyone's approval, and I'm not for getting rid of the guys or creating hardship for the 6 or 7 guys. That's not the point. But if you've looked at the numbers, if you've looked at the budget, if you've analyzed this from a fiscal position, I don't see that we have any other choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Milt.
Gary Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street. Like I said, Milton, I want to go after you so I could disagree with you. I think the word being sentimental about Public Works is inaccurate. I think they've exhibited a lot of loyalty to the community, and I feel we should reciprocate, but that's not a valid reason for maintaining Public Works. As we outsource things, we outsource the medians, we can outsource the rest of Public Works, we can outsource the cops and become a Miami-Dade, and we become another generic community in Miami-Dade County. We have a few things that differentiate ourselves, and I think the small town community atmosphere and everything that goes with that, which makes Biscayne Park a lot different than other communities. I'm not going to go through a long discussion of that. As I've said before, and I think other people in the community are saying, they're willing to pay for it. We realize there is going to be an increased cost, that we can't maintain Public Works as it is and trash pickup without paying more. We have a very high millage rate, and if you recall, very few people objected to it. There was very little discussion. You probably could have made it higher. So people are willing to pay the price for this community. My last comment concerns the Boy Scouts. I strongly object to supporting any organization which exhibits the kind of discrimination that the Boy Scouts do. And I think it would be a huge mistake and a slap in the face to many members of this community. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Wayne Wetzel, and I'm at 767 Northeast 114th Street, and I've been there for 40 years, and I've watched the park just glow. Each and every year, I praise it for its beauty. You know, these guys work, you know, I congratulate them. I look down the streets. I mean, if they're walking, they'll pick up a palm frond, you know, just because it's there. You know, that's what keeps our city gorgeous. You know, I speak to people, I say, look it down the street. It looks like Grinnell's Park. You know, there's nothing laying around. The service is so personalized, it's unreal. You know, I know these guys by their first names. They go, hey, Wayne, how you doing? I go, good, how are you today? You know, this kind of stuff you just don't find. You know those blue buckets that you see sitting around with the one-armed bandit? I don't want those to come around in my neighborhood, you know, and it just might happen. You know, they might decide, hey, let's just pick them up with a one-armed bandit. And then what happens? The homeowner's gone to work all day, and the bucket sits there, you know? So think about that, you know? I mean, we have a beautiful area here, and we don't want to lose it this year, next year, 5 years from now. I can't see it. Thank you.
George Marinoni, 118th Street. Just want to say one thing, that this is emotional. People say it's not emotional, but it is emotional. We all appreciate what the guys do every day, and we know you work very hard for us. But I cannot see Biscayne Park surviving as a community if we cannot raise the money. And we are limited in how much money we can raise by law. We cannot increase our rates on top of 10, the millage rate. And if we want to pay the guys what they are worth, we're going to have to double our fees. Not just increase a couple of $100. We are going to have to double the fees because we have to pay raises in the salaries. We are not paying them enough. We are going to have to buy equipment, and we need a fund for a rainy day. We have to increase our funds. We cannot live like this in Biscayne Park. Biscayne Park is going to disappear as a community, so we have only one option. We hired a manager last year. The manager is a professional. She did her research. He did a lot of work on this, and she recommended that we outsource because it's the best for our community. There is only one way we are going to exist as a community if we can raise enough money to survive. If not, we are going to go with Miami Shores and the guys are going to go to, or North Miami. We are not going to have Biscayne Park anymore. We are going to lose our police department. We are going to lose everything that we have now. So we have to modernize. We have to let go and accept what the manager is telling us to do, because we hired her to give us advice and to manage the community. It's for the good of everybody, for the guys too. They are going to get a good company. I researched that company. They seem to be a very good company. We are not talking about waste management or some big corporation. We are talking about a small, medium company that cares about their people. They can keep the guys in-house. We can have the same people here. It's just a different management. It's a company that they have a lot of sources to get better equipment, to be more nimble in their feet, and to pay better salaries. We cannot do that. We don't have enough money in Biscayne Park. We don't have a commercial area. We are trying to incorporate the commercial areas so we will have enough money. But that is a Hail Mary, because it's not on our court now. It's the county court. This is the only thing that is in our court that we can do to be Biscayne Park 10 years from now or 20 years from now. This is the first thing. We have to take the pill and do it. And I know we can get a good contract for everybody. It will be a win for everybody. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you,
Good evening. My name is Elena Orozco, and I live at 735 Northeast 115th Street. And I'm going to state my opinion on this whole matter. We have more or less 60, 70 homeowners here today, some of them with their spouses or their significant others. It does not really represent all of Biscayne Park, but it's important because we have a lot of renters within Biscayne Park. So those would not, their vote would not be valid. They're not allowed to vote. As far as the outsourcing is concerned, I think you guys know that in economics, what has happened in the United States, and we have all complained about it, is that we began outsourcing overseas, and it affected our companies, our employment, our salaries in a way that is way significantly. So it affected us. So if we go back to the nitty-gritty or to the grassroots history of this whole thing, I think we have an excellent sanitation department. And I can't believe that, by outsourcing them, we're going to save the village, the budget of the village. That's just totally bogus. There's other things that we can do to bring back the budget to where it was, balance it out. And like many of you have said, we don't have problems if you raise the taxes. It's not going to be that significant. It really won't affect our pockets. I wanted to say, as far as the Boy Scouts are concerned, yes, I do believe that we need to be totally equal as far as that goes. And I think that maybe perhaps we're being too bureaucratic. My husband was walking our dog. Everybody knows Frank, and they know our Great Dane. And he did poo-poo on one of the medians. And one of the officers here took a photograph of my husband because the dog did poo-poo. He just wanted to see if Frank was going to pick up his poo-poo. I think that's totally unacceptable. There's no reason for anyone to be taking photographs, especially a public official, of my husband. I just wanted to bring that because that really bothered me. So if we're going to get to that level of following, of citizenship following, we're really, I don't know if Biscayne Park is going to be the ideal community to be living in. And we've been living, my husband has been here for over 25 years. I have been here for 15 years. So just take that into consideration, because I wanted to bring it to all of you, because we're being watched, and we're being watched in the wrong way, because we pay our taxes, we take care of our lawns, we take care of our homes, we take care of our animals, we take care of our children, and that I will not accept. Not here, not in the United States of America. That can happen in Cuba, it can happen in Russia, it can happen anywhere else, but not in our country. and my husband is not a criminal. So I just wanted to bring that to point. Thank you.
Millie DeSanti, 701 Northeast 119th Street, and hello everybody, 42 years later, I'm still here. I will be brief, and my comment is, and I made this comment at the workshop that Saturday and at the commission meeting, and that is, the public is not even aware. I'm saying all the public are not aware of what's going on here. Unless you talk neighbor to neighbor to neighbor, which I did. I've talked to 20 people who did not know nothing. They don't look at the internet unless you've put a flyer out and put it on their door, and if you want to take a survey, that's the only way to do it. And as I mentioned to every commissioner here and the mayor, there are many people in this room that would volunteer to tally this if you don't have the administrative people to do it. We'd be glad to volunteer our time to get this in. I can't stand the thought that you people would even vote on this evening. I know you work very hard, but the thought that this is going to be voted on is very upsetting. Thank you.
Kay Winson Raid 10907 Northeast 9th Avenue. I'm definitely not in favor of getting rid of our public works. We have 1,200 people here that live in our community, and that is something that affects each one of them. And we only have a small handful of people out here. And the reason is because it wasn't publicized very well. When you first gave the meeting, you canceled it at the last minute, and people were here and were told it wasn't going to happen. Okay, you need to do a better job at making people aware of what's happening. I also object to the fact that people who are going to make the decisions are not people who live in this community. So they make decisions and they go somewhere else in another job, like the last manager here, okay? They made decisions to outsource the trees, outsource the medians, outsource this and that, okay? And then they get a better job because they've saved all the money, all right? And we're left with the consequences. The trucks that we need can be mortgaged just like a house, okay? They don't get paid $200,000 cash on the barrelhead. So I think we need to invest in our trucks, invest in our people, and invest in our community to keep it the way it is, because it's a great place to live. And everyone that I know who lives here feels the same way.
How you doing? I'm Paul Spence, 109 and Northeast 8th. Okay, the public work do guys, men, you know, to me, they're like friends and almost close to being family. You know, I've left my garage door open, and I've had the doorbell rang. Paul, why's your garage door open? I've left my lights on in the car. Paul, why's your lights on? You know, and I've seen these guys pick up styrofoam cups, beer cans, all kind of things that people driving by just throw out, toss in the median. And I mean, you know, one of the reasons why I'm in Biscayne Park is, you know, for the police department, first of all, you know, they stopped me 6 times when I first moved in here in '97. You know, what am I doing here? Whatever, you know, whatever, so be it. They all know me now, and, you know, they know the little yellow mini, and, you know, they let me go, as long as I'm doing the speed limit. You know, but these guys, you know, they go beyond and above any sanitation company that I've ever known. You know, and I'll pay, you know, I'm not a rich guy, but I'll pay extra to keep them. I need not say any more.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, or Commission. My name is Walter Ilches, and I'm not a resident of Biscayne Park. I actually reside in the city of Cape Coral on the West Coast, but I am the elected representative that came tonight to speak on behalf of the employees. I'm actually a public servant myself, and I've been since I was 17 and went to the Navy. The reality of it is everything that I'm hearing tonight. I mean, every one of these residents, the majority of them, the super majority of them, spoke in favor of keeping the your public servants is in sanitation and public works. A couple people touched on a point that that made sense, and it has to do with the budget. The easy job is to just say, let's outsource. Say they got a new city manager, finance director, put some numbers together, and this is what we can do, and this is what we can. I saw the millage rate. I saw where you're at. I know you're at 9.7. You're almost at the max due to Amendment 1. Has nothing to do with anything we did. It has with the Florida legislature. And the reality of it is, though, is that this sanitation system here is a rate. And no matter what you do with that rate, it's still not going to bring down your millage. And I think I only heard one person say that. This is almost like an enterprise fund, and I don't understand why you would want to kick the lowest paid employees in your community to the curb, who probably provide the majority and the most service. The gentleman said they're a great company. Well, I'm here to challenge you, sir, on Waste Pro, because I have from last Wednesday from Port St. Lucie, 12 Waste Pro USA employees were arrested Wednesday after state investigators received information suggesting the workers submitted fraudulent Social Security numbers for employment purposes. The workers were arrested, each on felony presenting a fraudulent Social Security number. You know who works in your community. Anybody that needs a copy of this flyer, please see me afterwards. I've spoke to a citizen today from Hollywood who ran for the mayor of the city of Hollywood but lost. And you know what his concerns were with Waste Pro? They got us in real cheap, and here they come. The reality of it is, yes, you guys are at your limit on your tax assessment, on your millage rate. This is an assessment. This is a rate. This should be an enterprise fund that you said, and I heard many of you said, you'd be willing to pay an increase to keep these employees that do so much for your community. What happens when the next hurricane rolls in? You think they're going to be out there on the weekends? Their hourly rate is based on working 60 hours.
So if you can just wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm done. Just these guys work 40. They go to Waste Pro. They were asked today. I was told today that certain officials went to the yard in Public Works and said, you need to go to work for Waste Pro. You know, that's almost direct dealing. And John Hearn might know what I'm talking about. But that's not good. That's not good practice. Thank you.
Russell Mackey, Regional Vice President, Waste Pro, Florida. I just wanted to address a lot of issues, but I'll wait my time. But I'd like to address the last speaker. You know, I've acted with respect throughout this whole process. I've come to 2 community events and never once tried to convince anybody of outsourcing. I have talked with the utmost sincerity about the jobs for the people. We've had people out to our facility, and for somebody to come up here and spread absolute 100% false fact about my company, I mean, that is just plain dirty, and it's not right. I mean, if the decision is made on the facts, on the desire of the community, so be it. That's great. We're happy for the community. We're happy for your employees. But it cannot, and I will not stand for my company being smeared. This event happened a year and a half ago. 12 employees, 7 years ago, before an E-Verify system was ever thought of by the company or the country, used false identification to gain employment. They used false identification came to us and lied to us. They applied for insurance, and only at that time when they applied for insurance did the check come back that their Social Security cards did not match the person's name. We contacted the Department of Labor. We self-investigated. We had those employees arrested because we are a responsible company that provides great service and takes care of our employees. Please, listen to the facts in this situation, not all the fear.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Greco, and I am the newly appointed business rep from IUPAT to the Village of Biscayne Park. I had the privilege of attending my first meeting down here about a month ago with the new village manager. And at that time when I walked in and was talking with her and we were negotiating the contract, I was really quite surprised and very happy that one of the first things that we spoke about, she had wanted to increase the starting pay for the Public Works employees. And I thought, wow, this is wonderful. This is going to be, this is going to be a great relationship. It's very unusual in the other areas that I work for management to just to jump right out with an offer to increase starting pay for employees. Well, little did I know that a month later we would be here talking about outsourcing the folks that in that department she was wanting to increase the starting pay. I'm very proud to be here tonight to speak on their behalf. I know that, well, this isn't made for short people. I would like the gentlemen that are here in Public Works to please stand. I know that a lot of them don't feel comfortable with get up and speaking, but please stand. We'd like to recognize them. I don't know them very well yet, but I am so proud of what the community has had to say about them. It's just amazing to me that such a community would stand up and say these great things about the employees. I know that it is a tough decision, and I know that when you look at these folks, they don't make a lot of money, okay? But they've never really complained about that. And it is true that they don't want to go to work for Waste Pro. They've said that several times. So they obviously are not in it for the money, okay? They love their community and they love what they do. It's just a real shame that after all the years of service that they've given this village, that they're going to be put out on the street. And I know that probably the comment will be made, well, they could have a job if they wanted it. It's not really our fault. But they want to stay where they're at. And obviously the community wants to keep them here too. So I just wanted you to know that the union didn't come in and ask for a higher starting pay for the folks in that. That was something that was offered. So please, let's not use this as the union is driving up the price for the department. Okay. Thank you very much.
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. For those who read the neighbor section of the Miami Herald this last weekend, you already know where I stand. I was quoted in there. I do not want to see anything happen to our Public Works Department. The lady before me just said she thought it was a very difficult decision to make. I don't think it's a difficult decision at all. There's only one decision, and that is to keep our Public Works Department. The only thing that I think we need to do is to find a way to do things a little bit more efficiently. I've already said that I'm willing to pay more to keep the department the way it is and to have better services that we have always had. And I'm willing to give up a dinner a month if I have to, or more, in order to afford the extra costs.
Ed Chisholm's, 625 Northeast 114th Street. I hadn't planned on speaking. I find myself on the side of Mr. Kuehl for a change. I think that the Public Works Department is one of the features that distinguishes this community from all others and should be maintained. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner and neighbors. I wasn't either intending to speak, but I agree with everyone who has spoken. One of the branding qualities that brought me to Biscayne Park, and I live at 940 Northeast 118th Street. I originally came here in 1988, moved out a year later because I thought
Excuse me, and your name, please?
Lauren Caban.
Sorry, thank you, Lauren.
I moved out because it was very quiet and clean and safe. I moved back in 1992 after I got married because that's exactly what I wanted. And the three elements that attracted me were that we have our own police department, we have our own garbage department, and we have a commission that also lives here so they don't pass rules that they don't have to live with. So whatever you choose tonight, you will live with it, and I hope you make the right decision. I'm not privy to all the financials, but I don't think that our waste department is the solution that you thinking outsourcing would make it be. Thank you.
Good evening. Rosemary Weiss, 116th Street, ditto. I've lived here 47 years and I never knew that I didn't have to bring my garbage can out to the curb. Never knew that. I am willing to, like Linda says, I'll give up a couple of dinners, increase my contribution to keep these guys working. This has been going on for years. We have pissed away money on stuff we didn't need. Things that we wanted to have to beautify, to please everybody, when business was not being taken care of. This situation should not have got to this point. These situations need not have developed had the commission at that time taken care of business and made sure we had proper equipment, proper pay for these people who do the work that nobody else wants to do. They take care of us. They also like mac and cheese. I will pay more, even though I don't have an outside source of income. I'm on a fixed income, but I'll give up a few things here and there to make sure that they stay here and take care of us. And I know most of the people that live in Biscayne Park will agree with me. That's my 2 cents.
I'm sorry, I'm up here again. I think I should be the last person to speak, and we should find a, Paul Spence.
No, but you already spoke, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We have a number of people.
Okay, well, hey, whatever. I live on 109.
Excuse me, sir. You spoke. I'm going to ask you to sit down. I'm going to ask the other people to speak. You already spoke, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we should find a way to save money and, find a way to give them a raise.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good night.
Good evening. Name is Tim Chestnut. I'm the Public Works Supervisor to the Mayor, to the Commissioners, to the Village Manager, and the Cabinet. To the residents of Biscayne Park, good evening. I am here today due to the fact that I understand that the economical portion as far as keeping public works results in higher taxes. We only ask for a truck and 2 men. That's all we need to get this job done. Outsourcing the mowing, we asked for a lawnmower. They outsourced. We love where we work here. We love this. We do not want to go to Waste Pro. In fact, many of us are not going to go to Waste Pro. I'm just going to be blunt with it. We love where we work. We enjoy what we do. It's not about the money. Again, Village Manager, to the residents, I pray that I'm not saying anything that's going to be detrimental to my job, I want to say that to be clear. We don't want to go. We love it here. Please keep us here. I've raised 2 daughters, both of them with college educations, graduates. I want to stay here. I don't want to go. Thank you.
Tim, it's Heidi.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for speaking up.
Good evening. My name is Rano Iskamet. I've been with the village about 16 years. We love our village. We say thank you very much for the residents. We give them the service they want, and we're going to still give them the service they want. As a matter of fact, we spoke to the mayor. We spoke to a couple of residents. We want to be here. It's not about money. What we need like 2 more men and 1 truck. That's what we need. So if that happens, it's not our fault. They spend the money somewhere else. They don't spend the money for us. They spend the money somewhere else. So we don't have to pay the consequences. We love our job. We're going to be here. We're not going to Westport. So they have to decide what they're going to do with us. We're not going to go to Westport. Thank you very much. This is Rano.
Dan Samari, 1030 Northeast 121st Street. What I see here is most of the residents are for keeping public works, and I think what we need to do, and I'll do it myself, I'll go to every single house with a survey and find out what the residents want to think, and also see if they're willing to pay more money to keep these people. I guarantee you this, that they will. I moved to Biscayne Park because it's a small community. I don't want to see outsourcing. I don't think it's going to save us money at all. And I think if it's talking about millage or money that needs to be raised, I guarantee you that 90%, maybe 100% of the community will support paying to have a little bit more money to save these people. And I think this is a small community. If we do outsourcing for this, we're going to do outsourcing for something else. It never stops. Thank you.
Justin Moore, 734 Northeast 119th Street. Sorry I was a little late. I was at the hospital. We had a board meeting, and it's still going on. It's almost as bad as one of these commission meetings. I think most of you know my feelings, and that I want to keep our service the way it is. It's unique for the park. Everybody loves the service. They love the people that work for them. I think you have to vote your conscience on what you think is right for the park. You got to get your personal feelings out of it, and you got to just look at the bottom line of what you think is best. For me, the best thing for the park is to keep these guys the way it is right now. Gladly pay more money just to keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Manny Espinoza, 780 Northeast 119th Street. I have learned that the current facilities that we have was built with a grant of $350,000 from the county. The question is, have we reached out to them and see if they want to help us to get that additional truck? Or I would volunteer also that I can go and visit house by house and request for an additional contribution so the residents can buy the truck. I would do a contribution myself, and I'm sure that everyone here would do the same thing. So why don't we go that route, and we get to keep the people that are taking care of the city. Thank you.
Good evening, David Twitchell, 11123 Northeast 8th Avenue. I share all the feelings of gratitude and loyalty that I'm hearing from everyone around me, and if anything, let's do better by our public works people. Let's definitely hold on to them. Thanks.
My name is Frank Madar. I live on 735 115th Street. And maybe some of these people are willing to go with me, but I'm willing to donate $500 to buy a new lawnmower for Biscayne Park.
I'll match you.
You match? If you can get everybody to chip in a little bit, we can buy a lawnmower and keep these guys here working. We don't have to outsource nothing. I'll write you a check tonight, or I'll bring you cash tomorrow morning.
I will. Thank you, sir.
All right? Are we good with that? Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm Gina Lux. I live in the park for 20 years, 940 Northeast, 116th Street. I get to know each one of them. I want to keep them. I don't know who is pushing this agenda, but it's not good for the park. I completely oppose to that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for a public comment?
Good evening. My name is Pam Garman. I live at 721 Northeast 114th Street. I'm here with two of my neighbors on from 114th Street. I know they're too shy to come up here and speak, so I know they agree with me. We want to keep our waste group that picks up our trash and our garbage. We like them. We care about them. We want them to stay. We don't want to see it outsourced. And if there's a way that we can donate money or take a survey from the rest of the people in the village, I think we'll all be willing to help out and volunteer our time. So I hope you consider everything that you've heard here tonight, and that this was not a waste of time and a foregone conclusion that this was going to be voted in. We hope this is being taken into consideration, all of our time and effort to come here and speak to you about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gilbert Cuevas. I live at 712 Northeast 114th Street. I'm not too good at this stuff, but here goes. All I have to say is if the majority of people here in Biscayne Park are willing to pay a little more, and if you guys up there are willing to pay a little more from your paychecks, we can all get this together, get it done, and keep all these people working here at Biscayne Park. Thank you.
Last call. Okay, we're going to close the public comment period. I want to thank everyone for contributing. We're going to move on to we're going to actually take the Boy Scout matter first, and then we'll take the consent, and then after the consent agenda, All right, we're going to take the Boy Scout matter now. We're going to then run through the consent agenda, and then we're going to move on to the sanitation. So if you just all hang tight for a little bit, we just got to get through a couple more items. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff for the Boy Scout item.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff was approached by Boy Scout Troop 307 and resident James Murphy regarding the use of the Ed Burke Center for their Boy Scout troop meetings. They were asking for a facility fee waiver. The fee for residents is $50 an hour. They've told us they would meet approximately 2 hours a week. There would be some weeks where they would be on field trips. Because the fee is approved by the Village Commission, we are seeking the Village Commission's approval to waive it. Regarding some of the comments that were stated earlier, I did speak to Mr. Murphy this morning and told him to be prepared to address the diversity issue. So I know he's here, and I will turn it over to him on that issue. I also asked for a commitment for at least one project a year, that they would work closely with the village manager's office on identifying that project that would be of benefit to the community.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murphy, do you want to address the commission? Or?
I'm going to have Mr. Admiral come up with me and address that comment.
Okay, great.
Barry Eckel of 480 Northeast 55th Terrace in Miami. The Scout organization provides, there's two different classifications. There's members and leaders. Members are youth. We're not, as adults, we're not members of the organization. So the policy change that was enacted was that there is no restriction for the membership of the organization, and that's the youth who are served. There's multiple levels of standards for leadership. There's some background checks and other things, but as far as parents or families or other participation, there's no restrictions. And the benefit of this meeting, of this meeting space is for the youth of just this group. It's not part of the larger organization kind of thing. It's just so that we can have a closer representation to the residents of Biscayne Park and offer that ability. And part of our requirements for the youth is to be able to do service projects, and so this provides a mechanism to be able to provide some of those service projects.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Murphy, anything, or?
Just I've been a resident here going on probably about 14, 15 years myself. I've been on many of the committees and many of the groups. I myself kind of fell into Boy Scouts because my son fell into Boy Scouts, so by default I'm a part of the group. There is that diversity component, as others had some concerns with. No Boy Scout or no boy that's interested would ever be turned away from there, whether it's a same-sex marriage partnership or anything else. That would not be a component with Boy Scouts, as Mr. Eckel has mentioned, especially if there was a need for a boy in the community, a financial need. Those needs are met as well. So we have strived as a group of 307 to make sure that we can meet cultural, whether it be diversity, ethnic, racial, whatever that is. We want to and are building our group as a diversity group, whether there's a child with physical handicaps as well. We're trying to make sure that that is not the case here. That was what we built 307 upon, and we're willing to work with the community and the residents so that they can better understand what we're doing here, because it's about the youth. It's not about politics, and it's not about the bureaucracy that's going on. We're talking about, you know, raising these young men and young women so they could be stewards in the community. I felt strongly enough that I said I'm not going to sit on the fence anymore, and I got involved as an assistant scoutmaster. And I urge any member of the community here, or any parents that want to approach me about it, I'll be happy to speak to them one-on-one as well. But there's tremendous benefits because you're bringing kids off the streets and back into the community so they can give back and pay it forward. That was my concept of getting involved in and wanting to bring this back to Biscayne Park, because there's definitely a need here. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll open it up to members of the commission. Comments? Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, it was mentioned that not everybody could be able to be a scoutmaster. Is that true?
That is true.
Right, that's considered a leadership position, but not as far as parents, relatives, or other involvement in the youth.
So, on a leadership position, can anybody be? Or is it, in other words, could a gay person be a scoutmaster?
No, not currently.
Can the individual troop deviate? I understand that's the national policy. Are there ramifications if this individual troop decided to deviate from that issue?
Just
if they chose to do so.
The national organization wouldn't register if it became a political issue and someone was trying to bring banners and do all that kind of stuff. That's not what it's about. It's about serving the youth. So that's anything that distracts from that is considered a distraction.
Any other comments, Commissioner Jones?
Yeah. Would you all be willing to submit a statement to the national organization protesting this policy, even though you have to follow it?
Certainly. And I was one of the national voters in Dallas that voted to remove the first restriction, and would certainly sign on to eliminating in its entirety.
So I also have a question of Gary and Barbara, Dale, Tracy, and Dan Keys. Were you against our waiving a fee, or would you like to see this group not be active in Biscayne Park for the same reason? Dave?
Yeah, come up to the mic.
Mayor, we just appreciate the question being asked, but there's limitations on restricting anyone from using the public facility. We have to treat everybody equal.
So the community knows I've worked in public education for over 20.
Tracy, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. The attorney was saying something.
Yeah. So appreciate the question being asked, but you cannot base whether or not you're going to let an organization in based on whether or not we agree with that message, certainly about the charge.
The fee waiver, yes.
I've been working in public education with youth all my life, and in the public school system, both Dade and Broward, for many, many years, so I work with children all the time and volunteered enormous hours. This is not about the children, because unfortunately this impacts them. The problem is if a child is in the Boy Scouts, grows up, and is gay, he no longer can serve in the Boy Scouts. That's discriminatory. You're treating people as different citizens. By allowing them to now waive fees, you're treating them like a non-for-profit.
Tracy, I understand, but that wasn't the question.
I understand it wasn't the question. But in the end, I'm not going to tell you not to have the Boy Scouts here, but if they want to use the facility, they need to pay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's
Any other comments by the commission? Commissioner Ross?
It's a very difficult question to waive a fee that could be up to $5,200 a year for the village, when on one hand we're talking about the limitations we have with our millage rate and the issues that we have in order to sustain our public works or our sanitation department, and then on top of that to have a group that is not going to be, at least the leadership of the group, due to the national requirements, is not going to be reflective of our community. So I'm struggling with it.
Commissioner Anderson?
Since they mentioned that once a year they do projects, is that project, could that be construed as an in-kind donation? And for their projects, that would be in lieu of, we're still charging them the $50 an hour, but the project pays for it.
You have the ability to waive. You have the ability to consider an in-kind donation, and because you have the ability to fully waive, you can do anything less than that.
Right. Well, I'm not, I'm not saying, the way I look at it, we could either get paid per hour and get the money cash, or they do a project that is worth and benefits Biscayne Park of equal dollars.
It's just a matter of who makes that determination.
Correct. But I mean, it's, in theory, they're still paying one way or the other.
And that's, again, you can certainly do that because you have the ability to fully waive, partially waive, not waive at all.
Okay.
And that could be your way you consider it if you so chose.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that the Boy Scouts are...
You speak up.
I took my time. I always have this problem. All right, I think the Boy Scouts is a very worthy organization, like the Girl Scouts, and I think my brother and father worked in it, and Eagle Scouts, and they provide valuable experiences. However, the recent lifting of restrictions against gay adolescents and children in the Boy Scouts, that, I believe, was due to a national campaign against the Boy Scouts. And the public pressure, it's just like sort of smoking or something. It becomes so socially unacceptable, but people stop doing it. And I think it was because of that kind of pressure against the Boy Scouts, because of their restrictions, that they were compelled then to lift those restrictions and allow gay children to be in the Boy Scouts. So following that line of reasoning, even though I would love to have a Boy Scout troop here, I think that if we don't take a stand, we will be asking the Boy Scouts to reconsider their discriminatory policy of not allowing gay Boy Scout troop leaders.
Yeah, I tend to agree with what Barbara said. I mean, I'm actually an Eagle Scout, and I couldn't be a leader today if I wanted to be. And so I struggle with the issue because it should be about the kids and the children. It's a wonderful experience. It's a wonderful program, but unfortunately, this policy is troubling. So, I would be willing to waive the fee if you stood with us and made a statement against the discrimination, but absent that, I wouldn't be prepared to waive it. I apologize.
Didn't they say they would make such a statement, or no?
you would make such a statement and follow through with that statement. In other words, if leaders wanted to get involved with your troop, who happen to be gay, you would allow them to be involved.
They can't.
Well, it's an issue from the national standpoint if it's, again, someone who's known in the community and becomes a flag-raising, bearing kind of thing, then again, it becomes a distraction to the program, and so then that's where the issue is.
Yeah.
But as far as submit, I mean, I'd submit a resolution
They
to the
can't
national.
do it, Dave. They can make a statement, but they can't change
Right.
the rules.
Okay, so do we need a vote on this? Just a consensus?
Well, it's an item.
Sure.
I have another question. How large at the present time is the Boy Scout troop that you're talking about?
10 boys.
I remember when I was young with Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, they met at someone's house. I mean, there are many large houses with backyards and Florida rooms that can accommodate 10 boys or 12 boys. Why is that not a possibility?
Right.
Just because for meeting purposes, either people are out of town, and that way it just maximum flexibility that there's a non, a consistent place to be able to meet.
Okay, I think that the consensus, unfortunately, is not to waive the fee, if I'm hearing correctly.
I would be willing to waive the fee for 1 year, pending what they can do with their organization.
Does anyone else?
I could not hear what Fred was saying, so.
Yeah, if everyone just, please be respectful. I mean, we're up here, we're trying to do our job, and you know, the clapping and the booing and the hissing is not necessary. Commissioner Russ? You couldn't, I'm sorry,
could not
can you
hear.
please repeat?
I said I would agree to waive it for 1 year. At the end of that year, either the Boy Scouts change their policy or we don't waive the fee anymore.
Yeah, I can't support that. But
Okay.
I'll leave it to the other commissioners.
So is that a motion?
Is that where we are?
Is that a motion to waive?
Sure.
Okay, is there a second? No second, motion fails.
Works.
All right, thank you, I'm sorry.
Do you want a motion to deny? Can we get a
Mayor,
motion?
It is an agenda item, so it's
We do need to
preferable
vote
to have
on
a
it?
motion. If you don't have a motion, then no action is taken, and I
Yeah,
guess it's
no-
waived, so I'm okay with it.
I don't
but-
think there's any motion, so
And that's okay.
Okay.
But most agenda items will look for a motion. This one's not necessary, it's fine.
okay. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull any items from consent?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay. I'm not going to pull 7F, but if for the next meeting, if you can come forward with a listing of all the police vehicles and the years, the mileage, just so we can get a handle on.
We sure will.
what's
We've
out
been
there.
working on some inventory lists this week, so
Okay.
we'll have that.
Okay, perfect. All right, so there's a motion, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we can move on to item 11. That's the manager's recommendation regarding outsourcing. Would anyone like to take a 5-minute break before we take that item? Or?
The manager would.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll reconvene at, let's say, 1:15.
No offense? No offense? Yeah. No, but I mean, there's a civil rights issue that needs some attention here. I just wanted to give them a little incentive. Well, that was my intention. Give them a little incentive. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time I got outvoted on something. Yeah, yeah. Hi, sir. Good, how are you?
Perhaps there's a way to structure it such that
kind of mumbled, and I didn't get it.
Testing. Not on, or?
And what about Frank Madar's wife? What's her name? This woman in the black and white thing. Maria, what about Frank Madar's wife? What's her name?
All right.
And how do you spell Madar? With the Y?
All right,
or without?
if everyone will take their seats.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it was a shoe-in.
Yeah.
All right.
If everyone will just take their seats, we'll get started.
Mayor, some of the audience in the back, they were saying it's very hard to hear us talk, and if we could talk a little bit louder into the microphones.
Did everyone hear me in the back? Yes? No?
Yes.
Okay.
But this is what they said with everybody, all of us.
Okay. All right. Before we hear from staff, I want to. This is obviously a difficult issue that's created a lot of emotion, and I want to thank staff and I want to thank our manager. She's done an outstanding job, and she did what we asked her to do, which was look at the facts and do the research to see whether this was worth doing. We have a financial. We have a budget issue, we have a revenue issue that we need to deal with one way or another. And I don't know if all of you have looked at the budget or analyzed the numbers, but we do have a revenue issue, and so we are pursuing annexation that may or may not occur, and we're going through that process to see whether we can be successful in that, which will help us out. And so this was just another item that we wanted to look into so that we covered all our bases and did our job the way we're supposed to do our job. And so I want to thank Heidi. I want to thank staff for doing an excellent job in presenting this. It's obviously a difficult issue, and we've heard all of you speak this evening, and it's clear that the majority here anyway want to keep our sanitation workers. And actually, before I go on, I want to also thank our sanitation workers. They are without a doubt excellent, and they're a part of this community, and it's a real tribute to them based on what everyone else has said this evening. So, it's an issue that I think I want to propose something before we have staff get into their presentation, but I'd like to see what the rest of the commission feels about this. What I'd like to propose is putting this...
Is that a motion?
I'm sorry?
Is that a motion? I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's not a motion. I just want to put something out there. Okay. What I'd like us to discuss is putting this off for 1 year. I believe our trucks could probably handle 1 more year, hopefully, and take a look at the operations and perhaps improve it if we can. With that said, I think that the fee would need to be increased to account for increased costs. And then during that year period, we'll be able to move through the annexation process and see where we stand with that. And then we can come back and revisit this. If annexation is not successful, then we may need to come back and consider this in another round. But that's what I'd like to put out there before staff presents and see if the other commissioners are amenable to that.
What is it you want to put off for a year?
I'm sorry?
What is it you want to put off for a year?
The decision on whether to outsource our sanitation.
A number of people have gone to a tremendous amount of trouble to make tonight happen. And I think it would be disrespectful of them. I'm just saying how I feel.
Okay.
If we said, well, thanks anyway, but we'll talk about it a year from now. I think they have all earned a conversation.
And we can have a conversation. I just putting that out there so that, and by the way, the process, you're right, it was a lengthy process and many people put a lot of effort into it, and that effort was not wasted. I mean, our job was to look at all the facts and look into this issue, and whether we chose to outsource or not outsource, at least all the facts were on the table. Commissioner Ross?
I think that we should continue the conversation. We've gotten to this point. Tonight, we're not deciding to outsource or not to outsource. The only question before us tonight is whether the manager should negotiate a contract with Waste Pro. And we won't know exactly what the terms of that contract are until they are put on paper and both parties agree to the terms.
Understood.
What would happen is that when that contract is negotiated, it would come back to us and we would then either approve or not approve it. So what I would suggest is we go, because so much effort has been put into this so far, and we've been talking about it since January amongst us here on the commission. We finally have the public engaged and brought them into the process. So I suggest that while we negotiate a contract with Waste Pro, we also task staff to develop a workable, true budget of what it would take to have the operation stay in-house, that would include raising the salaries to a living wage, that would include the equipment that needs to be replaced immediately and a plan for the equipment that needs to be replaced in the next 3 to 5 years, that would include the roads impact fee, things that we had not brought into the process before that really should be carried in the sanitation fee. And then when we come back and meet in May, we may even have a workshop in between to talk about what that sanitation budget truly should be. Actually, I would recommend that we have a workshop to talk about the details of the sanitation budget.
But we have a deadline of June 1?
June 1.
So all this needs to occur before June 1?
In this month, right. All this
Okay.
needs to occur before, maybe in the 3rd week of April, we can have a workshop to talk about the sanitation budget that the manager will propose, if 3 weeks is enough to pull that together. When we come back in May, we can make the final decision. But months and months of work have gone into this, and we've gotten to this point. We had a committee of volunteers go through the bids and develop their process. You know, a lot of effort from a lot of people has come together to get us to this point. And I think it's a disservice not only to those people involved, but also to the community if we don't see the process to a proper conclusion.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes. We've been presented with a proposal from Waste Pro. The proposal, basically, what I have seen, a little bit of a proposal from management showing this is what it probably will cost by buying new trucks, but we still have all of these other different costs. It is showing that we're going to still be we're comparing business as usual to going outside. I look at, we can change the way we're doing business in-house to be a lot more competitive. I haven't seen any of those numbers. I haven't seen what the total cost would be. I haven't seen I don't understand why we can't bring in recycling back in here and do it ourselves. So there's a whole lot of things I don't see, and I think tonight is the wrong time to actually make a decision on anything. I think what we need to do, first of all, if we're going to be comparing two things, we're being asked, okay, we'll go ahead and negotiate a contract. We don't know what those dollars are, how that contract is going to go ahead and look, but whatever it may be, we're going to try to compare that to if we kept things in-house more efficiently being done, however that may be done. I think we need to look at that seriously. What the mayor was saying, to go ahead and hold off for a year, I think that's very looking out, really out. And I think that's very, very smart of doing. What I do advocate, if we want to look at it going that way, we definitely have to replace one truck. One truck is leaking stuff. It keeps getting welded and it leaks more glass and other stuff down. So if we purchased one truck, but make sure we buy the right kind of a truck that will lead us up to being a lot more efficient in-house. But I want to see that stuff. So, I mean, I think this is too quick to try to make a decision. Way too quick. Commissioner?
I concur with Commissioner Anderson and most of his points. I think that, okay, can you hear me? I think that it would be premature to negotiate a contract. That essentially means that it's going to happen. And I think that something that Barbara Kuehl said at one of the meetings or last time, I actually agreed with, and maybe Janie Anderson as well. We've seen Plan A, Plan B, but no Plan C. We've seen status quo and we've seen Waste Pro, but we haven't seen any kind of proposal as to what keeping it in-house, how it could be made more efficient, such as going back and doing our own recycling, this, that, and the other thing. So I think that one of the issues has been, and I want to commend our village manager and staff for all the work that has been done, and thank I'm going to forget your name, but Waste Pro for an excellent proposal. And goodness, to my mind, you are Professor Harold Hill. A boys band could be brought. A great, great presentation at both of the workshops. But I think that we need to look at other things, and I think that, again, even though loads of people know about this because of email blasts, I think that we didn't do quite the job we could have about advertising this and letting it know that it's not just a discussion, but that it was a decision to be made about outsourcing and privatization versus keeping in-house. I don't think that everybody was aware of that. And I think that in next year's budget, we should actually have a line item for flyers to go out for everything that is we deem important and an issue there, so that people know. Okay, thank you. And then also, I think that, and many people have said this, we've talked about straw votes and all, and I looked into it at one point with the annexation, the cost of having an official vote, which is very costly. But I think that, and I know that on some issues we've tried little, straw votes in the newsletter and only gotten half a dozen responses. But I think if we could get some help as to how to phrase it, we really should see more of what all of the people of Biscayne Park think. Of course, then the decision will have to come up to the commission. But I think that the village manager and staff should be commended for what they did. But I think that more can be done by exploring in-house, because we've got wonderful workers. And some of the apples to apples and oranges to oranges in terms of benefits and salaries, I think there are questions. And I think that actually if we did go with Waste Pro, it would really change the quality of life of many people who work for our village. And I think that's enough.
Okay, Commissioner Ross, you had something else?
Yes, I mean, again, we're commending staff, but we're being so disrespectful that we're not even going to let her give her presentation that she prepared to share with us. That's, I think that we should continue the conversation because we don't have enough information to make a decision. And so that continuation would take the appearance of negotiating a contract. The devil is in the details, as some of my former commissioners used to say. And until we nail down what those details are, we don't know exactly what the contract terms are going to be. And as far as keeping it in-house, if we go that route, then it is high time that we pay our employees a living wage. It's high time that we give them the equipment that they need in order to do the job as efficiently as they can and feel productive. So we need to develop a budget that has all of those factors in it, as well as a road impact fee so that we can repair the roads from the damage of the trucks. And if we put this off, if we just abandon the process right here, it seems disrespectful to staff for all that they've put into it. If we try to pick it up again next year, these numbers will be dated. It just makes sense to reach a conclusion with as much information as you can have, rather than make a decision without, totaling all the numbers.
Commissioner?
Okay, the June 1st deadline is the critical one because our village manager has to come up with the sanitation, set the sanitation fee. That's, so I think that's pushing this agenda item. And I think that it's not necessarily to decide on privatization versus doing things in-house. We only need to decide that what the fee is going to be. So we could say, okay, let's up the sanitation fee because we haven't before. We know we're going to, if we do this, we know we're going to need a truck and everything, and decide to increase it, and then we don't necessarily have to make the decision about Waste Pro versus keeping it in-house. And I mean, I think that's the way it's pushing, but we wouldn't have time for us to figure out how to do it with it's in a cost-effective way to keep it in-house. And I think that's important that we do that.
Yeah, I think the proposal was for staff to review the current budget and come up with ways. I mean, there's no doubt that it's going to need to be increased. And so I think that was the concept. And to the point that Commissioner Ross made, I don't think it's a disservice to take a year and look at the option of improving the existing operation. I think, again, we went through the process to get all the facts, and now we have a clear picture of what it would be to outsource. And if we need to revisit it in a year, we'll revisit it. Yes, the numbers will need to be updated, but again, I think going through the process was valuable, and there is value to that.
Dave, what kind of consensus do you want in terms of deciding that we're either going to have this presentation or we're not? I mean, I think we should either have it or don't have it, but we're having bits of the conversation without any real presentation. It's disorderly.
Okay.
So let's either do it or not.
Mr. Anderson, you have?
Yeah, I concur with Commissioner Watt. If we went ahead and really look at setting a realistic fee where we have to do it sometime in May, that takes the pressure off of which way that we ultimately going to go. But it takes the pressure off of getting it done quick, where we can go ahead then and analyze both things, and we can then move on. It may not be a year. I wouldn't put a time limit, but it would. The dollars are there. In theory, we have a year. Hopefully, we could do it a lot sooner than that, but we don't have the pressure that it's got to get done because we got to have that number. Have that number in there, like Commissioner Watts was saying, is to at least buy the truck and have the raises for the employees. In other words, covering what we know off the top, and then we can work from that point.
One more thing. As
Sure.
Doc Morris at one of the workshops said, and this really stayed in my mind, once you make, and someone else made the same point, once we make this decision, if we do outsource, we'll never be going back. Yeah. And that gives one pause.
Okay, I mean, if we can avoid purchasing a truck, because if we're going to revisit this in a year, I don't want to pursue purchasing a truck. I would rather make the necessary repairs, maybe increase the repair budget to keep that truck going for 1 year.
Mayor, what we're doing is we're actually leasing a truck. And what we need to see on that lease, can it be broken prematurely, and what the penalty would be. Because we need to get a larger capacity vehicle than what we're using now to go ahead and generate any kind of a savings for us.
I want to make a motion that we hear, discuss, and entertain the manager's recommendation regarding this issue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ross. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Okay, motion carries 3-2.
Just don't do anything yet.
We did not vote on anything. The manager is going to give her presentation, and then we'll vote.
So
Whether to authorize her to negotiate a contract with Waste Pro or whether to postpone this for a year, whatever the motion will be presented.
Just to clarify that the presentation you're seeking right now is based on the staff report and recommendation that was submitted to you, or your recent conversation?
The item is that you should make a recommendation, or what your recommendation is regarding RFP 2014-01.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't go into my presentation and take you down the
You know,
wrong path you weren't expecting.
You know what, I'd like to hear your comment on my proposal first.
Okay.
It's your presentation.
I'm going to preface this by saying that I am proud of the work we did. I think we gave you a solid recommendation. We did look at all options, and we took this task very seriously. I want to thank the village clerk, the assistant to the village manager, the village attorney, the finance clerk, works director, the finance clerk, for all putting the time into this presentation. It's my recommendation, and I stand by it. However, these people were able to provide me with the data and the research that was needed to put together this recommendation. I also want to thank Waste Pro for their effort. They put a really heartfelt effort into this. They allowed us to visit their facility, see the inside of their facility, have unlimited access to their employees. They also came and visited our employees, and I thank our employees for hearing them out, for sitting with me on the picnic table and talking to me about this very difficult decision. Recognizing that this is a complex and difficult matter, staff has studied this issue from all perspectives, including financial sustainability of the village, longevity of the village, equipment and methods used in the delivery of services, consideration of current village sanitation employees, and community feedback. We have done this compassionately while considering our employees and giving them a good choice. Regardless of the outcome, staff will execute the will of the commission in a professional manner. We have gone about this as a big picture issue regarding the future of the village. We diligently looked at it from all sides. Besides this issue, the administration is exploring ways to diversify the village's revenue stream, increase property values, maintain or lower our millage rate, and build an unfunded reserve balance, or the reserves that's often referred to. As part of this, staff has begun to analyze the cost and benefits to maintain village collection services or to outsource this service to a private provider. Regardless of the outcome of tonight, we will continue to look for other ways to diversify our revenue streams. But it has to be understood that in order to survive, the future operations of the village will have to be changed and improved. It's no longer business as usual. While I understand that there's a sentimental attachment to our sanitation operations, the risk associated with continuing an operation of outdated sanitation trucks will have a major impact on the cost of operations of the sanitation services provided by the village. To sustain this operation, we will have to lay a financial burden on all property owners in the village. And even then, we will not be able to address the financial state of affairs of the general fund. The recommendation that you see in front of you tonight is a result of a formal request for proposal, or RFP, process. This is a legal process that is dictated by Florida state statutes and Miami-Dade County Code. A committee was used to evaluate the RFP process. The committee was made up of the assistant to the village manager, the village finance director, a public works supervisor from the village manager of El Portal, who had gone through the outsourcing process, and a resident. The process was transparent, and we honored the cone of silence and all other Miami-Dade ethics procedures. The result of the RFP process was a positive recommendation for Waste Pro of Florida Incorporated by the committee. The committee was only asked to look at the bidders and not the overall big picture issue that I am tasked with. The method proposed by Waste Pro is that is most similar to the current method of collection that we are recommending is a twice-a-week manual pickup of garbage, a once-a-week manual pickup of trash and yard waste, and a once-a-week pickup of recycling, the same method that we currently have in the village. All pickups will be consistent with current ordinances. I heard a comment tonight. I want to clarify that. The contract will specify village ordinances, and Waste Pro will not be able to dictate their own rules in our pickup procedures. I'll allow them to address questions later, but at the workshops, they did indicate that they're not going to be out there with tape measures, that it's not something that they find time-worthy, and they pick up everything they pretty much see, but I'm not going to speak for them too much. We also ask that upon completion of each collection, the contractor shall replace all containers and dumpsters and leave the premise in a litter-free environment. We ask that they provide before and after storm pickup. It's important to note that one of the changes that has been made by our assistant to the village manager was to go out and do a contract specifically for storm pickup, the first responder storm pickup. This locks in contract prices. This is outside of our sanitation operation, and we pay a company to come to the village immediately and begin to cut trees and move them off the roads. It is not the responsibility of our sanitation employees, and it's not the responsibility of Waste Pro. They would continue with the regular pickup, but that immediate first response is by a company that we pay directly for that. But we haven't paid for it. We pay when we need it. I'm sorry.
If I may ask a question,
Sure, Commissioner Ross?
do we have equipment that our public works employees could use, and are they trained to use equipment to do that function?
Not as first responders. And this is something many communities have put into place after the 2005-2006 instance.
Yeah.
Per contract, we will be asking Waste Pro to hire village staff. The village will maintain at least 3 public works employees for medians, roads, and other jobs. We will also have other specifications that will be required in the contract. The Waste Pro method of collection service is proposed for a lump sum fee of $388,933. In addition to this fee, and we've talked about this a lot, the village may impose an additional franchise fee that would be paid directly by Waste Pro. The franchise fee would be considered revenue to the village and may be used in the general fund or added to the village's reserves at the end of the year. The franchise fee is not like the one that currently exists with FP&L. It is not something that is paid directly through your monthly bill. It is paid directly from Waste Pro, and it can be equated more to a business tax receipt or an occupational license that a brick and mortar business might pay. I've heard, well, then it's still passed on to the customer, and I promised to use this example tonight. When I went and got my Starbucks before the meeting tonight, how much percentage of this cup went towards paying their rent in Miami Shores? That's how every business operates. It's no different here. They would be essentially paying us rent to operate on our roads. All garbage, trash, and recycling costs to the village will be paid through the solid waste management assessment, or the assessment, which is paid by each property owner, in addition to their ad valorem taxes. The assessment is a separate fund from the general fund. The current assessment is $572. We've heard some feedback about whether or not we properly assessed what it would take to maintain our in-house collection services. We did look at it. We know that the method of delivery and frequency of collection will change. In order to maintain village's services, the assessment would have to be increased to accommodate the following: the purchase of new collection trucks. Our current fleet is 2001, 2002, 2003, 2007. These trucks generally have a 5 to 7 year lifespan. We use our trucks 5 days a week. We rarely use our trucks. If we were to keep it, we would not be buying trucks outright. We would be doing a low-interest financing of the trucks. As a member of the commission mentioned before, there's damage to the beds, which amounts to leakage and loss of contents on our roads. To keep sanitation, we would have to fill vacant positions. Currently, we pull from the Assistant Public Works Director, our Recreation and Field Maintenance, our Median Supervisor, and the Assistant to the Village Manager to cover routes and services provided by sanitation. We would need to increase our starting pay. I appreciate the union representative speaking about our meeting. It is true. The collective bargaining unit, or the union contract as is commonly called, specifies a starting pay of $7.25 or the current minimum wage. The current minimum wage in Florida, the last time I checked, is $7.93. That is for a laborer. For a driver, the starting pay is $8.25. There has been no challenges to this starting pay or increases through the union for many years. You can imagine how many years $7.25 was a decent, how many years ago $7.25 was a decent starting pay. As the union stated, as the village manager, I offered a future starting pay at a rate equal or less than to the lowest paid current employee. That's approximately $10.70. The Miami-Dade living wage is $12.23, so I'm not even there yet. In order to keep sanitation and to recognize our employees and bring them to a living wage, every employee would need to be bumped up approximately 19 to 20% in order to get that starting wage from $7.93 to $12.23, and then equally address the pay for all of of our employees. One of the unknowns that keeps this fuzzy math out there for us is the Affordable Care Act fees. It's just a bad time of year for us. We're out there with our health care broker, shopping the market, trying to find the right health care program for the village. Generally, we don't have that back until May of every year, mid-April. So we don't know the impact, but we've been warned by our healthcare broker that we can expect an approximate 25% impact. The village, because we have under 50 employees, is no different than any other small business owner in America, and we are getting hit the hardest with these ACA fees. We can expect an increase to fuel cost. We depend on the county. We piggyback on a county contract for that, and that was just increased with very little notice to us. We're going to have to budget better. We're going to have to do things better. We're going to have to budget the depreciation of the trucks in order to save for future trucks. So in 5 years, I'm not here again telling you that I have a problem with sanitation in the sense that I need to buy 2 more trucks. We're going to have to do a public education program for recycling benefits. Why? Because if people recycle more, our tipping fees at the dump go down. So there's a direct cost benefit to the village, besides the fact that it's better for the earth and the carbon footprint. And we're going to have to look at perhaps the creation of a special fund just for the damage that is done to our roads and drainage system by these trucks. Most likely it would be a separate assessment, but that fund was well received at the workshops, and it's time for the village to start taking care of its roads and drainage itself. We held 2 community workshops and listening sessions where participants were able to learn about the proposals, ask questions, and express their opinions. If you'd like to put up the presentation, thank you. An exit poll was conducted, and 15 participants voted to keep the service, 14 voted to outsource the service, and 1 checked that they had no opinion. I had gone into that hoping for a clear direction so I could advocate my decision-making authority on this issue. I didn't get that. 50-50 right down the middle for all intents and purposes. As a result of the community workshops and listening sessions, we crafted 4 different proposals. This was Exhibit A in your backup. Option A would include trash, garbage, recycling collection handled by the private provider, and a franchise fee to the reserves or general fund. This estimates the assessment to be, and these are estimates, at $446 to each residential property in the village. Option B, garbage, trash, and recycling handled by a private provider, a capital improvement fund, which would actually be a separate assessment but goes towards the total, and a franchise fee to reserves or general fund estimated at $572. Option C, which we presented at the workshops, would be in-house trash and garbage collection, Miami Shores to continue with recycling, purchase of 2 collection trucks through that low-interest financing I spoke about, and to save through depreciation for future equipment purposes. That's estimated at $717. We walked out of the workshops with option D after hearing back from the community. Can you scroll that to the side? Option D, in-house trash, garbage, and recycling. If we go with this, I would be asking to until 2016 to start in-house recycling because I want to do it right. Purchase of 2 collection trucks, the creation of the capital improvements assessment, save for future equipment purchases through depreciation, and also provide those raises to our employees, recognizing the Miami-Dade living wage. That would bring the assessment estimated up to $930 per residential property. Based on a thorough analysis and in the interest and the best long-term solution for the village, we are recommending the commission proceed with negotiating a contract with Waste Pro based on the following. Financial sustainability and longevity of the village. The proposed contract price by Waste Pro will allow the village to maintain the current solid waste assessment at $572, the assessment at $572, most likely looking at that divided into 2 assessments, one for solid waste and one for roads. It would allow us to create that special fund that I just mentioned for much-needed road improvements to the roads and drainage system that are impacted by the collection trucks. These improvements to our roads and drainage system will help raise property values, which will in turn continue to offset increases to the millage rate. The assessment would also fund an administrative fee. While it is large, it is necessary for other employees who support the solid waste collection services. Under the outsourcing model, there are real costs tied to the administration fee. This includes a transition customer support function. As we transition to outsourcing, we would also keep some of the customer service in-house to make it easy on our residents. Litter and garbage control on the medians, parks, and fields. As you've seen over the last year, we've been adding in the dog waste receptacles. Those have to be emptied every day. There's waste receptacles on the medians and throughout the parks that also need to be taken care of. And also allow us to take care of minor road and median repairs due to the trucks. These are your potholes. This is not the larger project. A pothole exists in the street. We want to address it immediately so a rain doesn't come or a truck doesn't impact it larger. By outsourcing and looking at the financial longevity of the village, there will be a franchise fee that is paid to the village by the private provider, and it will be applied directly to the general fund. This will allow the village to have more control of its revenue stream. The franchise fee could also be used to offset the administrative fees that are currently in the assessment. The general fund as it is now cannot accommodate the administrative fees. This is one of the best solutions I have right now to lower the administration fee and at the same time help the general fund. This allows us to lower the burden on the sanitation assessment. The franchise fee is an additional and stable revenue stream that will offset village operating costs and provide money to the reserves, which will mitigate the burden to the residents. If you recall, our millage rate is 9.7. The difference between 9.7 and 10 mills is $39,000. That is all we can go to at the maximum. And it's very hard to offset the rising cost to run the village, knowing that $39,000 is our maximum cap. Generally, this franchise fee is 10 to 20% of the contract amount. I've seen it with Waste Pro at 12% in North Miami and 35% in Coral Springs. The contracting of the solid waste collection will allow us to repurpose the public works facility to be shared with the remaining public works function and the police department. What does that do for the village? The current location poses safety issues for employees and people being detained for crimes. It is not a safe environment for those of us who work in Village Hall. The village currently pays a rental fee for the trailer for electricity, telephone, and internet every month for the use of that trailer due to limited space at Village Hall. The removal of the trailer will also improve the appearance of the vacant parcels behind the Village Hall and those homes along 114th Street. The contracting of solid waste collection creates an opportunity to improve the delivery of other services and improve the village. I'll give you an example. Currently, the sanitation division is supplemented by our roads and medians staff during absences and other instances. Our sanitation division has 4 times more unscheduled sick days than the rest of the village employees, including police. The average in other departments is about 1.5 versus 4%. When an employee is out sick or on vacation, we still have to run the routes, and we have to pull from other divisions and departments to get it done. If there's a week where we have uncertainty and absences, that's a week where our median supervisor, because he is our backup driver, cannot address the medians. A similar private provider contract with a neighboring municipality states that the contract price will not change for the 5-year term of the contract. What does the 5 years give us? As residents, they will have predictability for at least 5 years of what their assessment will be. It's predictable revenue to our general fund through that franchise fee I talked about, which would allow the village to engage into some professional and significant long-term capital improvement planning. And if the village was to maintain services, we would have to accommodate the cost of living increases every year. Every year the assessment would need to go up to maintain in-house services, as opposed to outsourcing where the assessment could stay the same for at least 5 years. We looked at the equipment and methods of delivery of services. The use of a private provider will allow the village to modernize and streamline its solid waste collection with no financial impact to the residents. Additionally, there will be a single provider in the village for all solid waste collection that includes trash, garbage, and recycling. Ideally, this collection, including recycling, will be done by the employees familiar to the village residents. I know we heard from the employees earlier. They know I'm stubborn in this debate that we've been having for a week, and I'm holding out hope that things could change. The proposed method of collection will reduce the number of days trucks are on our village roads, and the use of a private provider will eliminate the direct cost burden to the residents for the replacement of equipment, including trucks, now and in the future. We've heard a lot about our current sanitation employees. We were compassionate for our employees in our recommendation of Waste Pro. If the employees choose to give them a chance, they will find they will be welcomed and they will have the financial stability that the village can never offer them. Staff feels confident that employment with Waste Pro will have a positive impact on current sanitation employees if they choose to accept the offer employment. Waste Pro, as a private company, has a more stable financial outlook than the village does. The village has received a commitment from Waste Pro throughout this process to employ village employees that meet the minimum employment standards, such as drug and background checks. That is consistent with the village standards. Additionally, I've reviewed the contract with North Miami, between North Miami and Waste Pro, and there's language in there that is included in your staff report that says the contractor agrees to hire and retain for the terms of this agreement, subject to the contractor's job performance standards. A minimum for them, it was 21 of their 26 employees. Such employment shall be based on a full-time basis consisting of at least 35 hours per week of employment and eligibility for all benefits generally available to full-time employees of the contractor, and at a wage equal to or at least equal to the current employees' wages with the city. We would negotiate that it would be an increase due to our low wages, and I believe that is consistent with Waste Pro's hiring practices. Not only that, the village has received commitment from Waste Pro to employ village employees on the village route, which will maintain familiar employees in the village if they choose to go. I personally invited the sanitation employees to visit the Waste Pro facility with myself, or with Caesar, or with Condio. We offered to put them on the village van and do a field trip out there, even if it meant suspending a route for a day. The employees chose not to go. So I brought Waste Pro to the employees because I thought it was important for them to hear from Waste Pro. The employee from Waste Pro who spoke to them had worked for North Miami for over 20 years. He shared with me that he loved working in North Miami. He put his children through college working in North Miami, and he too was apprehensive about going to work at Waste Pro. He is now the route supervisor for the City of North Miami's contract with Waste Pro, and he agrees that after all of his apprehension, he was happy to go, and he shared this with our employees. I met with the human resources manager of Waste Pro and other employees there, and gauged their willingness to accept our employees, and I got that sense from them. I've used this example when I've had my private meetings with the members of the commission during agenda review, with employees here. In my 20 years of government service, be it in an internship at the National Park Service back in the 90s, when I worked at the Tribe, other cities here in South Florida, I've seen many people laid off in government. I have friends who have been laid off in corporate America. Never have I seen them, I've seen them been offered to go to a job fair, help to work on their resume, but never have I seen their employer offer them a new employer. And that's what we are doing for our employees. Like I said in the beginning of my presentation, we have gone about this compassionately. I'm confident if our employees give this company a try, they will prosper in their personal lives. I'm going to conclude with that I understand that this is a difficult decision for the village, and specifically for the Village Commission. A review of our financial projections of the village budget and knowledge of the limited growth opportunities within the village further make this recommendation the right one for the future and the survival of the village. It will create additional revenue, and it will give us financial control for continued self-sufficiency. I'm going to end with the 3 points I made at the beginning. I recognize that this is a complex and difficult matter. We have studied this issue from all perspectives, including financial sustainability, longevity of the village, equipment and methods used in the delivery of services, consideration of current village sanitation employees, and community feedback. Regardless of the outcome, staff will execute the will of the commission in a professional manner. This is a big picture issue regarding the future of the village. We diligently looked at it from all sides. As I wrap up, I just want to remind you that Waste Pro is here to address any questions of the Village Commission, as well as any questions that may have been raised by the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with a two-prong approach, accept the manager's recommendation, and instruct her to negotiate the terms that we will later review for a contract with Waste Pro. At the same time, I would like for the development of a public works budget, a sanitation budget, that would give us the true cost, and you've done some groundwork already based on the workshops, the true cost of keeping that operation in-house, finding efficiencies, perhaps bringing in the recycling, and actually people refer to mowing on the mowings on the medians. Why did we outsource that? But that is a function that is outside of sanitation, and so would not be included in this calculation. So.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ross, second by Commissioner Jonas.
I'd like to have some discussion.
Okay.
It was brought up about the the mowing of the medians. Yes, that wouldn't be part of the calculation as far as the sanitation fee, but that would be a calculation if you're using the same people for doing that. It will help on the general fund side. So, you know, we need to look at how can we utilize the people that we have it more efficient, that we can be doing all of those things with the same people?
I have a quick question on the two revenue generating items that would be gained by outsourcing. I just want to understand, the franchise fee is one, and that would go to the general fund, correct?
Correct.
And that's estimated to be between
38,000 and 76,000
38 to 76,000 per year.
annually.
Okay, and then the savings that we would gain if we charge the same sanitation rate that we currently pay per household, the savings by outsourcing, we would save $163,000 a year.
What we're proposing to do is to take that 163,000 and put it into a roads fund. It would not fall under the same sanitation assessment, but it would be a zero impact to the resident. At the end of the day, the total on their annual bill from the county will be the same. It would just be one item would be broken out into two items. I think it's a clean and a fresh start of the right way to do the roads assessment.
So that's $163 some odd thousand that we would have yearly to improve the roads, and could we broaden that assessment for drainage?
Correct,
Right,
yeah.
It would be a separate assessment that you pass by ordinance, a road and sewer assessment, which many, or drainage assessment, I should say, which many cities have.
Okay.
And that's really putting it exactly where you want to put it, and just directly articulating that's what it's for. It's really your best practice to do it that way.
Right, it's most transparent to have it. It will be a line item, and it will say specifically for roads and
And this is something that we're not currently accommodating in our assessments. And to do so, it would be an additional impact to the residents.
Okay. And your estimate as to what it would take per resident to bring the employee pay up, right, is above, you initially put $717 per house, but you estimate that to be $930.
With the 20% increase to bring us to the living wage, it would put us at $930.
And that $930, paying that $930 would not address, would not put basically any money towards towards the road fund or anything else. That's to break even.
I think that would.
Right.
That would. That includes that.
That would
That
include
includes that. And that also
Okay.
negates the 27,000 used to outsource median maintenance now, that we would pay the sanitation employees basically to do that.
Okay.
No matter how you proceed, that we would break that into a road.
But that does include, yeah, we're talking the whole number, whether it's two assessments or one. That's just a mechanism at this point. But it would be approximately $930. And then that would need to increase every year because of not only the rising fuel costs, tipping costs, and those type of things, but also our contractual obligations to our employees because of their bargaining unit.
I'm just curious, and I know this might be because you're new here, you might not have these numbers.
Could you
but
speak up?
I'm sorry. How many, I've talked too much tonight, laryngitis is coming in. How many, we are not paying the Miami living wage to many of the employees at this point?
Correct.
How long has that been going on? I mean, how many years have we not met what is the living wage for Miami-Dade workers?
I don't know.
So
I
many
don't know
years?
what the living wage was 3 years ago. I don't know. I can go out, but I can tell you that our employees are paid generally between $10 and low $14.
I know they're not paid much, but in my discussion with many
But
of
I'm
with
sorry.
some of the employees, they repeatedly told me that the whole thing is not about the money, that they haven't been pushing for wage increases, that they like living in Biscayne Park, if that's what
Commissioner Watts, though, there's two issues. I want to make sure all of our employees are properly compensated whether they want it or not. And I also am tied to having trouble finding a competitive workforce in 2014 at $7.93 for a laborer and $8.25 for a driver.
Okay, and one more question about the negotiation process. Well, the bids that we have from Waste Pro about the money that it would cost, okay, those totals don't include the franchise fees. And what I wonder is if we were to say, okay, we're going to charge you what is it, 12% as other places, or even up to 20% or something of franchise fees, wouldn't Waste Pro then necessarily have to say, well, wait a minute, then we'll have to change our final numbers? Because
They're locked into their bid price. It's part of the bidding process, and just like any other contract negotiation, we walk away. Maybe we go to the second highest bidder. I mean, that's all part of the process. I'll also, if you have any fears about that, I encourage you to ask them directly. I don't want to say what their intention is, but that's the negotiation process. No different than when I negotiated my contract with the commission. I had some terms, and I knew where my walkaway point was, and you knew where your walkaway point was.
All right. Any other comments?
Yeah. This discussion is about getting information and learning. And I really must say that as much as I appreciate how many people came here today, people that don't normally come, and commented, it was very disappointing to see that when the motion was just to hear the recommendation, a number of people left. And I find that to be disturbing. Similarly, it was frustrating and disappointing and disturbing that not only Heidi, but I and other people, I think, pleaded with our sanitation workers, our public works employees, to go to Waste Pro and just talk to them. And they didn't want to do it. They didn't want just to learn, just to get a little bit of information. And I don't think we can function in a reasonable, adaptive, mature way if we're afraid to find out anything. All this motion is about is seeing where a negotiation would go and simultaneously working up our own numbers to keep this in-house and comparing. This is not about deciding to outsource today. It's just about getting information. I don't think there should be anything terrifying about this. I think we should all embrace it one way or another. If we're successful, we will all have learned a lot and will be satisfied with our decision, which maybe many more of us will agree to. It would be very nice if it was almost a kind of a group consensus among at least the people who come to these meetings, if not other people. And I really am very disappointed that there isn't more enthusiasm all around for us to learn. The other thing I wanted to say is we have spoken repeatedly, many of us have tonight, about our attachment to the public works employees and system that we have. At the same time, we pay them in a more or less abusive way, and we don't seem to be ashamed of ourselves about that. I don't know why we're not. We also learn from some of the public works employees, as well as Ms. Greco, that these employees who are devoted to us for years and sometimes decades and are underpaid don't ask about that. They don't demand any more. And I don't know what that means. It seems that they should. So I find a lot that's sort of disturbing about the whole system. And I hope that at the end of this, which maybe will be later this month or maybe in May or maybe a year from now, who knows, that at least we will all have learned something and grown a little bit in this process, that we will come to something that will really work for us in a kind of an organized way. We have been making essentially the same mistake for a very long time. The village has been incorporated for over 80 years. This is not the first time we've had to buy trucks and didn't have the money for it. And every time this comes up, where somebody has to buy trucks and there's no money, we don't ever seem to learn from that. It never seems to occur to us that we should put in an extra charge every year. And we really need to stop behaving that way. If we say that we want this service for ourselves, and so many people came up and said, not only do I want this, but I'm willing to pay for it, then we have to pay for it. But one way or another, we really need to do the right things for ourselves and for our employees. So I really think it's a great idea for us to proceed with this continuing exploration. Work out some kind of negotiation, see what it looks like. At the same time, find out what real numbers to keep this in-house look like. And then we can make a decision. And probably we'll all be happy with it. Well, not all of us, because it doesn't work that way, but maybe close.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ross. And there's a second by Commissioner Jonas. And that's to move forward with the authorization to negotiate a contract with Waste Pro and also concurrently re-examine our operations. Correct?
Right.
Correct. Did you, Commissioner Ross?
Just a brief comment that, of course, like everyone else in this village, I have great appreciation for our public works employees. I first got involved with village business, the business of the village, on that committee with the examine public works. And when I first walked into that yard, I was appalled at the conditions that this employer, my village, was providing for our workforce. And so we set at making it better. This is not about casting aside loyal people. This is about finding a solution for the village that we can all live with. And if we don't get to the end of the information gathering, if we don't get to the end of that road, then we will not be sure that we made the right decision.
Okay, you want to come speak?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
I still don't understand. Basically, pretend we don't need trucks, okay? How can
We've
they...
been doing that for a long time.
Let's pretend we didn't need trucks. How can they supply us with $100 and some cheaper with the trucks if we didn't need trucks? Let's just say it wasn't a budget thing and we didn't need money. They're still proposing to come in cheaper with we're paying, you're saying, minimum wage. How can they propose? It's very simple. They're giving us 2 days service. When we go out for bids, we should be comparing hours. We're working 5 days a week with our workers. They're giving us 2 days a week. So we should consider what we're paying out in hours, okay? Not the price of the contract. Our guys work 5 days a week. They're proposing us 2 days of trash pickup. If we put our guys on 2 days pickup and cut back, I guarantee you our budget would go down, okay? So we're not comparing apples with apples. They're giving us 2 days of service, okay? We're working our guys 5 days a week. Obviously, we're going to have more hours in our contract.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
Yeah,
So how can you compare?
Okay.
Because the reason they're proposing a cheaper price is because they're giving us 2 days worth of work.
Okay.
We're working our guys 5 days a week.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Correction?
Address it
Yeah,
because
what's
it's apples to apples, but I think Waste Pro can answer.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Waste Pro.
Explain to me how.
Okay,
Our
good.
guys come every day, 5 days a week,
All
right?
right, thank you, sir.
I'll
Waste-
allow them to explain.
Sir, can you?
The service that is being provided today is the exact same level of service that we'll be providing. It's, there's a reason that 30 of the 32 municipalities in Broward County have outsourced their sanitation. Dade County, over 50% of the municipalities have outsourced their sanitation, and that number is growing every day. Private business is more efficient. We have a better buying power. We buy 1,400 trucks a year, not one truck every 5 years. We're able to buy into insurance programs at a better rate. We're able to buy our fuel in bulk. There are so many different things. We can do more with less, without sacrificing any level of service. And that's just that's a fact that's played out in Hollywood, North Miami, and Sweetwater, the last 3 cities that have done this. They have not sacrificed any service. and they've got a price that's 40, 50% less in doing that. It's just a fact.
Thank you. I like the answer.
Russell, I believe you're, if I can help,
I like to answer this question.
you're running more trucks, bigger trucks.
Sir.
Mayor, I'd like to answer your question. That we do it 5 days a week. They're proposing to do it 1 day a week. Their trucks are larger than our trucks. So if we had the same size trucks, they're going to run 2 trucks. If we had larger trucks or run 2 trucks, there's no reason why we can't do the same. They're smaller trucks. So their trucks get filled up. And remember, you need a crew per truck. So if you're trying to run 3 trucks, you're going to have 3 crews. If you had larger trucks, same size that they're proposing, you'd still need the same size crews that we're running now, except for that truck then can do a bigger route before it has to get dumped.
Sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to know what they were offering jobs to these.
Can you state your name for the record, for the clerk?
My name is Russell Katzman. I live next door there, 978 Northeast 115th Street. They're offering jobs to our employees, and I want to know at what wages, because you're offering them now in your numbers. I'm a numbers guy, and the numbers make no sense. So you're putting in your numbers a raise of approximately almost $4 an hour. How many hours is Waste Pro offering them a week, and at what rate, and with what benefits? Because it's hard to imagine that all this money is going to be coming back into the village without taking money out of their pockets and with giving us the same service. Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Do you want to let Waste Pro do you want to let Waste Pro do their presentation?
Janie, hold on a second.
Yeah, Janie, you can speak, and then we're going to have Waste Pro do their presentation.
Oh,
Okay.
rather I wait?
No, go ahead.
You don't want him just to answer the question?
Sorry?
You don't want him just to answer the question about the wages?
Yeah, Janie, go ahead, and then Waste Pro can get up.
My concern is, if we sit here and talk about our big concerns about money and reserves and whatever, you don't spend money to start, you don't spend money to start a contract negotiation without that third component. Mr. Mayor, I totally support what you said. Whether it's exactly a year out, whether it's 6 or 8 months out, that research comes first. Not attorney's fees, staff time to negotiate a contract with the attitude, well, maybe we won't accept it. No. All pieces of the puzzle, the full picture at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I just have a couple of comments, and I want to try to address a couple of the issues that were raised. You know, you've all said it, but thank you to your staff. I go through a lot of these processes, and the amount of time and energy that goes into going through one of these processes, your staff has done an excellent job going through the process, being clear, transparent, and it's not by mistake that our company is here. We consider ourselves a leader in this industry. I don't even want to try to convince anybody in this room. I've heard you all speak very, very loudly about privatization, but I think I can clear up some just misconceptions about privatization. First thing I want to do is, you know, really recognize the employees. I mean, it's great to see this type of turnout that says, hey, we love our employees. We'll pay more for our employees. I would be a proud, you know, business owner if I was standing at this municipality right now and it was my company as the incumbent versus another outside company. And all the residents showed up to say, hey, we'll pay twice as much to keep Waste Pro because we love Waste Pro. We give great service. That never happens. Nobody is willing to pay double the price for the same exact service. That is essentially what you are doing right now. At $714, that's one of the highest prices in Miami-Dade County. I just heard the number of $940. That will be the highest price for garbage service in Miami-Dade County. I think if the elected officials, and you didn't have this, put a bid out here, and the recommendation was to give it to the company that was $940 instead of the company that was $450, there would be an uprising by another group of people that would be very upset, because that's a business decision that doesn't make sense. The emotional decision, I can't argue with. You love your employees, you love the service that you got. And there's just things that we can do more efficiently than public service. And not that we're better than the employees that you have, because the employees you have are great. We are just experts at picking up garbage. You know, we have 2,500 employees. We run 1,500 trucks. This is what our expertise is. And that is why we're able to do it for less money. We don't sacrifice the service. The worst thing that we could do is come in, make all these promises. If we don't show up at one of your houses the first day at the right time, and that debris is not gone, our lives will be miserable. The staff is not going to let that go. The commission is not going to let that go. They are going to be honest, because you have spoken that you are expecting such a high level of service. And it's my job to commit to that. And as an owner and as a vice president of our Florida operations, I'm committing to you to that. Again, if this process goes through, and I think what the commission is considering is an excellent idea. How can you compare how much you're willing to pay extra if you don't have both sitting in front of you? Have both sitting there and make a decision. Because I assure you that this item tonight is to negotiate a contract with Waste Pro. If the issue tonight was to keep it in-house and dismiss the bids from Waste Pro at double the price, there'd be a different set of residents sitting in this room tonight saying, absolutely not. If you do this, you're crazy. And I assure you, there will be residents that come in here and say that. We want to help. We're about people. We built our company on people. You're about people, and this is a small community that cares about its people. I don't want to interrupt that. I really don't. It would not behoove us to do that. Privatization or outsourcing just costs less. It's a business decision versus an emotional decision, and I'm sure if you have both to weigh, the majority will speak, and it'll go that way. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Manager, will you have time to I mean, we're going to have to negotiate a contract as well as delve into the existing operations to see whether we could have a better sense of what it's going to cost us. And are you going to have time to do that before June 1?
The assessment needs to be set in mid-May. We have to transmit that answer to on June 1st, and we need about 2 weeks to prepare the finalization of the resolution, signatures, and those type of things. So really, realistically, you're asking me if it could be done by mid-May.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's a lot. To give you an accurate and good answer on that second prong, we've done the best we could at this point with a lot of those unknowns out there.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have to go out and get competitive pricing on trucks. I mean, if we're going to give you a true number that is going to be used for the assessment, there's a lot of work that needs to go into it. We'll get it done, but it's, we have other big issues looming in the village right now as well that you've asked me to personally attend to.
And then my other comment is that if we go forward with that concept, we're going to be spending a substantial amount of money in negotiating a contract. I mean, this contract right here, Waste Pro just negotiated with Coral Springs, and it's 400 pages long.
Correct.
So there's going to be attorney's fees spent on that. That's my other concern.
It really goes back to that big picture question that we're here to answer tonight.
I want to again raise what I had initially raised was putting this off for a year, but not going so far as to purchase trucks. Sort of status quo, and that will give us time to really delve into the operations to see what we can do. And then, like I said, the annexation will take its course. I just don't see how we're harmed by putting it off a year.
What is, if I may ask, what are we spending now to repair the trucks that are breaking down? Do we have a number?
Yeah, we budgeted 20,000 and we are set to go over that this year.
And purchasing a new truck, the debt service, I think was going to be 30 or 35 perhaps?
Yeah, it's about 33,000 per truck. The debt service, that's the finance, not the outright buying.
What is the total cost of the truck?
About,
Approximately.
about 150 to 165,000.
And my understanding
A
is...
similar truck to what we have now. That's not increasing the capacity.
So
Yeah.
that's not bringing the efficiency of an increased capacity, nor is it bringing, it probably is not a gas truck that we're talking about. If we're talking about...
You mean a natural gas?
Yeah, natural gas.
No. No. It's diesel.
Mayor?
Yes.
You know, I look at, if we're looking at, we have a rough number of the same size truck, we really didn't look at more efficiency. So, you know, what we should have had is some kind of an estimate of the larger truck. So it's a comparison of the same size vehicles that they were going to be using.
I apologize, I've been corrected. It's a 25 yard.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
25 cubic yard, which is what Waste Pros
Right, right.
And ours now vary in size from 13, I think we have a 15 or an 18, 13, 18, and a 20.
Okay, which one is the one that has, that really needs to be replaced? What size is that one?
The 20.
That's the 20?
Yeah, and that's our backup. We barely use the
So we're
20
really,
now.
what we're mainly using is very mini trucks.
Correct.
So, you know, obviously our cost is going to be up significantly because of that. I look at, I like a scenario that we need to dive into this a lot more. If we went ahead and looked at putting the price of our services that we have to do by the middle of May is including to go ahead and purchasing a new truck. Doesn't necessarily we'll be doing it, but at least the dollars will be sitting there and limping along. But if we reach a point where we can't limp, the dollars are already sitting there. We can go ahead and then start financing that one truck.
Comment or question?
Sure.
Okay, just to make sure, now I'm getting confused, it's late. Is the debt service, this is for leasing or outright buying a truck?
Leasing.
Leasing, okay. Then building on what Commissioner Anderson said some while ago, what is the general lease term for a truck? 3 years, 5 years?
5 years at 5% is what we're estimating.
5 years, okay. And then what about penalties for breaking the lease early? Because, you know, if we were to, or negotiate a lease, is it possible to negotiate a lease for less than 5 years? For a truck?
You would have an increase in the debt service and the assessment.
Yeah, but I think that would be worthwhile knowing, because if we were to do that, lease that now, and then decide later, you know, we'd know that that would be a cost. The other thing is the size of the trucks, and here I'm going to ask for institutional knowledge and memory of Commissioner Anderson, because I believe he's been on the commission so long, he probably was on the commission when this happened. But do you remember when there was a commissioner on who lived on 118th around 9th Avenue, and he negotiated a truck at discount price from another municipality? And it was all, we really got a great deal. And then he came through with the trucks, and the trucks were so large that they couldn't, you know,
Yes.
manage the street. So I was wondering about the size of these larger trucks, whether or not it actually is feasible for Biscayne Park.
Miami Shores, their recycle truck is about that size.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. Of the size of what Waste Pro is using.
See, trucks, it's just like cars. The way things used to be built is very different than, each year they redesign things because obviously there is communities that have a lot of foliage like our community has. So trucks, there's different designs.
Yeah. Well, the Miami Shores recycle trucks have had troubles with going under the foliage.
Right.
We've had many limbs go down with that.
Is it possible that we could leave all of these determinations to the manager instead of the 5 of us who know absolutely nothing about this, trying to make decisions about how long trucks should last and what size we should get, things like that? I mean, I wouldn't want to have to make a decision about that.
Well, as far as the size, I agree with you, Commissioner Jones. But as far as the size, if we want to compare apples to apples, that's, because how much can a crew pick up? They can pick up until the truck's full.
Well, you're sort of getting into the conversation that we're trying not to have tonight. It's a long conversation, we can do it, but I think we sort of decided not to.
Commissioner Ross?
I think that we're never going to learn if something works or doesn't work until we institute a change. If we're going to limp along for another year, we're not going to know, and we're not going to buy a truck. We're going to spend probably about the same amount of money repairing a truck that we would spend for the debt service on a new truck, and the operation's going to remain the same because we're using old equipment. So, I mean, if we're just talking about delaying something and business as usual and kick it down the road another year, it's our job to make sure that the people who work for us have the tools that they need in order to work efficiently, in order to be safe in their jobs, and we can't just keep kicking it. That's what commissioners of the past have done. We can't just keep kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I'm looking at it from a financial perspective. I would like to delay it for a year, but in the end, and looking at the numbers, the numbers that you came up with to keeping it in-house, whether it's $717 or $930,
plus the cost of a truck.
Plus, the cost of the truck is included in that.
I don't think so.
Yeah. The 717, yeah, it's included.
The financing of trucks is.
Finance one.
We have to.
The costs are going to continue to rise. We're not going to have that excess money to put towards a road fund. We're not going to have the franchise fee. I mean, difficult decisions need to be made one way or another, now or later. Many people were opposed to annexation, but we have to increase our revenue somewhere, somehow. I would prefer to delay this for a year and see how the annexation plays out, but if it's not the will of the commission, it's not the will of the commission. But the numbers are certainly persuasive that outsourcing makes financial sense for the village, but I'm not convinced that we can't look at our operations to make them more efficient to see if we can save money. So I think unless there's any more comments by the commission, there's a motion by Commissioner Jonas, correct?
Commissioner Ross.
Commissioner Ross?
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
If you're talking about another option for the village, our crew keeps telling us that they feel we only need 1 truck, yet the administration is basing all of this on 2 trucks. So can we also have the option of 1 truck? And that's going to save us money. And the other thing is, if this is leasing and it's 5 years and the trucks can last 5 to 7 years, why aren't we looking at buying a truck and, after 5 years we're paid for it and we have a couple of years free while we're paying for another truck?
I think that's part of the exercise that would occur over the course of the next year.
Rather than just, I keep hearing 2 trucks, and our crew doesn't seem to think we needed that.
Right, and that's part of what we would look at over the course of the next year, is to revisit some of these assumptions to see if there's other options.
Well, even purchasing versus leasing, I think that should be part of it, not just assuming it's a lease.
Did you have something?
I just did a quick calculation. The cost, $35,000, assuming $35,000 debt service, among the 1,298 units is an impact to each unit of $27. So I don't know that whether we buy one truck or two trucks is gonna make or break the, what the price is gonna be. The impact to each serviced unit is $27.
It's 900, was it $900 a year? It's coming from something. So I mean, you can't keep saying it's not going to impact it. Where did this come from? And if we need 2 new trucks, and now we're saying we're going to be faced with $900, don't tell me this is all administrative fee. This is everything is now.
One at a time, if you can go up to the microphone.
Could we have perhaps the manager explain some of the things that have not been properly charged back to the sanitation department, that makes up that difference, the amount of money that would be required to be increased? Because I think the public doesn't have an understanding of some of those details. And just to comment on the way we have been operating in the past, the audited financial statements for the village showed us that in 2012, the sanitation fund as a function ran at a $91,000 deficit, meaning we charged $91,000 too little in order to provide the services and to meet the expenditures for that function. So this is why if we're looking to keep it in-house, we have to look at what the true cost is of maintaining that service.
Can I comment on something? I think it's very apparent for me, and it's the same thing I said originally. I think the public, and I, included in the public, are having a very difficult time understanding the historics. And I think it's onus to everybody to have a much clearer understanding before you make a decision, which puts the time frame of June 1 very difficult. It really does. I'm not saying to kick it down the road a whole year. I'm not. And I'm not sure how long we can limp with the leaking truck, okay, before you have to move forward with new assessments and coming up with the rate. But I still think that the idea, not the gathering, I have no problem with information gathering, but I think there needs to be a clear understanding of what is minimally needed, what is efficient, and then where that leaves us. And I do think all of us have to look at the reality of our 9.7 millage. One of the things that is terribly heart-wrenching is where we are financially. I'm not saying I'm for outsourcing, I've never said that. But I think if we have to look at becoming more efficient as a village in order to maintain, whether it's 9.7, whether we have to do different things to get a new truck, whatever it is, I think those numbers need to be clear to everybody. You have a public that's clearly not in favor of outsourcing because they love their community. At the same time, I don't think any of us want to be unincorporated anything. So I do think we need to look at the numbers, but it has to be clear to the public, and it's not at this point. And I think the history that you brought up, Rox, is really important. That the 91,000 deficiency and where we are, we didn't get here overnight. Okay, we've been kind of kicking the can down the road for a while. So the reality of that, and I want to compliment the village and the commission for having the courage to do something like this, not that anybody's in favor of it, okay? Because anybody standing in front of the public and telling them they want to take away public works, you know our target on their bellies here, especially next election. So what I'm saying to you is this took a lot of courage to do one way or the other, okay? And Waste Pro as well. Good luck for you. Either way, I'm not telling anybody what anybody's opinion is, but I think we need the numbers. I don't think we're there yet from a community perspective to make that decision one way or the other. Thank you.
Sir?
I still didn't have any answers as to why in the manager's assumptions are the higher levels of pay. It seems to me that it's lopsided when we're saying, to come in and say that our current system is 50% inefficient, that they could do things for half the price, which is pretty much what it's coming down to, I believe. The numbers don't make any sense. And why are we assuming a raise of close to 40% in our numbers when we're making our comparison? And why, if there's enough money that's going to cost us half the amount of money, and there's also going to be a kickback to the village in a franchise fee, where is this money coming from? It's not coming out of the pockets of the workers, and it doesn't make any sense. The numbers make no sense. I mean, If 1 and 1 equals 5, there's something wrong.
Okay.
My understanding is they want $388,000 to do a job. They're going to sign a contract. Their attorney's going to sign the contract. Our manager's going to sign the contract. Our attorney's going to sign the contract. Okay? They're going to get $388,000. I don't care how they get the job done. They say they're more efficient for any number of reasons. That's the bottom line. $388,000 that they want to the equivalent of $572 at a minimum that we're paying right now, that we know is not, and we're thinking we're gonna get more efficient by increasing our labor costs, by increasing our health insurance costs, by buying more vehicles. We think we're gonna get more efficient. We're not. Because we don't have the magnitude of efficiencies that a large private company doing one thing thousands of times has. Thank you.
Dave?
Yes.
Can I comment?
You cut down
Sure.
a tree and I only pick up 2 days a week.
Sir. Russ, I just want to comment to you. I don't mean to take up Mr. Mackey's argument, but because I visited there and because I went to the workshops and I've listened and asked questions, let me give you 2 examples. One of them is that they have a fairly extensive garage. And all the trucks that they use go through those garages every day. They get a minimum of a cleaning and just a look over. With less frequency, maybe every couple of months, they get some kind of a routine maintenance. And they get that from mechanics whom they hire, who work there all the time, and that's all they do. So they get a yearly salary. Those trucks are in good shape, and they last a long time. Here, we don't maintain the trucks at all, essentially, until they break down. When they do, we pay top dollar to get them repaired, and because that happens often enough, the trucks don't last. So they have much better efficiency dealing with expensive equipment than we do. The other thing is, I spoke to the guy who was mentioned here today, who used to work for North Miami, and now he works for Waste Pro. And he told me that when they switched from North Miami to Waste Pro, North Miami's Public Works Department divided the city into 7 sectors, and each sector was a route for sanitation purposes. Waste Pro divided the same city into 4 sectors, so they had 4 routes. So initially, all the people who were servicing those routes were working longer hours than they did for North Miami because they had almost twice the size route. But eventually they got efficient enough that they weren't working that many hours anymore. They were wrapping up early, and they could do one of 2 things. Either they could go home, or they could accept another route. Now, Waste Pro is putting people on routes all the time, 6 days a week. So they keep this thing going in a very efficient way. That's what helps them keep their costs down, and that's why they can give us a price that we can't begin to approach. It sounds like a corny thing, but it really is an economy of scale that we can't deal with. We're just not built that way.
Not at 50%.
You know, the fact of the matter is, that's what they accept, and they're still able to pay a franchise fee, and they're making plenty of money. So something is working. What are you paying your employees?
Our average driver makes about 44
Per hour.
Driver, that's driver, not worker.
It's a day
So
rate.
we can compare.
They do a day rate.
We pay on a day rate system, so I can't even convert it.
All right, so your drivers make
About
$40.
$150 a day.
For how many hours?
For a driver or a worker?
It depends on their route. If they finish up their route, they have a minimum of 4. This is what their HR director told me, that they have to.
Wait, sir, we can't have this back and forth. You come up to the microphone. I'm sorry, go ahead. I wasn't referring to you.
I know.
Okay.
What I was told by the HR director at Waste Pro when I asked these same questions, because it didn't make sense to me either, is that their employees are required to get that day rate of $150 an hour. Their employees are required, an hour, I wish. Go join them. $150 a day is they have to work a minimum of 4 hours. They are on a route, and it becomes a team effort. And if the team in the beginning, just like Commissioner Jonas said, it's going to take a little while, and it's probably going to take all day for the team to get their route done. So if they're there, it's until they get the route done. Once they know the route, they've got that link between the team members. They encourage each other. They get done. They go in at 7 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning for their roll call. They're on their trucks by 7. They could be back by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It depends on the team. They can go home at $150 that day. So it's a different way of doing business, and it's a different model of paying employees. And if you'll allow me, I'll give you an example of where I dealt with this in a different city. And it's completely different than sanitation. In the city that I was previously in, we outsourced our building plans review services, and I think I've shared this with a lot of the commission, to the county. And the county charged us hourly. And I'm not comparing to our sanitation. I am only talking about building plans review here, so I want to be clear about what I'm about to say. There was no motivation for the county to get those plans out the door. They'd fail them. They'd find little things because they were getting paid by the hour every time they opened up those plans, with a minimum of an hour every time they touched the plans. We brought in another company that had a different model of how they paid their employees and how they contracted with the city. And that was it was called a cost share percentage based, where the permit fee, the company got 60% of the permit fee and the city retained 40%. You can't compare the two. Under the hourly model, the city only retained on average 5 to 10% a year of permit revenue. Under the revenue sharing model, we retained 40%. So you cannot compare us paying employees by the hour for an 8-hour work shift to how they do it with the day rate. I had to give it up. When I went into Waste Pro and I spoke to their HR manager and I had this explained to me, and Commissioner Jonas and I happened to carpool out there, and he will tell you, I kept wait, I don't understand, and they would have to explain it to me again. I'd ask them to slow down because I just couldn't wrap my mind around the concept of how they do it. It's a different way of doing business. And we've been talking about that, a different way of doing business. And maybe that's a model we'll look at. I'm not sure how we would negotiate it in the collective bargaining unit, but there's something to be said on how private business pays their employees and how they motivate and incentivize them to get their work done. If you told me I was going to get a certain day rate, no matter how many hours I worked, I'm going to be motivated to get my work done. And if you're going to tell me I can make extra money by getting my work done and going on to a different route, I'm going to be motivated to do it. But you can't expect anyone here to compare apples to apples because it's a different way of doing business. And I don't think it's fair to hold them to some kind of standard of how we're doing business here, because we're not sure that's the best model yet.
I just want to go back to an assumption that I feel like it's a sales pitch now.
Okay.
And it's
All right.
frightening me a little bit, but why the assumption of giving an hourly raise that hasn't been asked for to $12+ an hour, which is the living wage, which you mentioned in Miami, when you're saying it's okay to outsource to a company that's going to be a flat wage rate, which is becoming illegal in some states, including California, where you're not paying people for overtime, which is which is what's happening. When you have a flat day rate, and it might take them 14 hours to complete their work, and you're not paying them an overtime rate, it's becoming, and it's going to be illegal in Florida.
All right,
in times to come. But why are we making these assumptions on one side but not on the other side?
All right, thank you.
It's okay for them to pay a flat rate, but we have to assume in our numbers of.
All right, let him respond.
It's more to
All right, let him respond.
I think the manager did an excellent job explaining it.
My job is to do research on the issue, and that's what I'm sharing with the commission.
If our drivers finish in 6 hours and they want to go home for $150, they go home. If they want to stay on, work 8 hours, 10 hours, and pick up other, it's incentive-based. This is approved by the Department of Labor. All 5 major garbage companies in the country pay, it's a task-based system where you incentivize your employees for a day rate. If they go over 40 hours, they're given a coefficient overtime, which is an equation that factors in how many hours worked by the day's work, and they're paid every hour overtime over the 40 hours. It takes into if they do it in 4 days, 5 days, or 6 days, it takes that into account. But it's an equation that's been approved by the Department of Labor that our employees find to be a very enjoyable way to get paid, because they know the best way to maximize the system. And again, on an hourly based system, it could take somebody 10 hours to pick up 600 homes, or it could take them 4 hours to pick up. And if you're paying hourly, there's no incentive to move through the route at a consistent pace. That's why companies that are in this business pay the rates that we do on a day rate.
Mayor, if I could try to get us to apples, our day rate would be on average $96 a day. If we would try to do that apples to apples, based on an average pay of $12 a day. That's taking our $10 get to guy and our $14 guy and putting them at $12.
Okay.
I'd like to say something.
Commissioner Watts?
However, I've just 2 questions. It could also encourage, when you get paid, if you finish the route in 4 hours rather than 6 or 8, it can encourage someone to do something slapdash or not go take the garbage can back in or do something else or pick up things. And the other thing is, I was just curious, and I had written these questions, I thought they were passed on to you. But in your presentations at the workshops, when you gave the average salaries of your employees, you gave it at 50 hours a week and said that, in fact, and I asked again about that your people are required to work 50 hours a week. So how does that work with in 6 hours or 4 hours you can go home if you're, that's what I don't understand.
Go to the podium.
I mean, I really, it's gotten me puzzled, because I wondered, for those extra 10 hours, is it hour and a half overtime? Or do you pay for the travel from Pembroke Pines to here?
Some drivers work 4 days a week, some drivers work 5 days a week, some drivers work 6 days a week.
No.
We base it on 5 10-hour days, just to have a point of comparison. If we did it on 5 8-hour days, the salary would not be very much different, because all they would be missing is the 10 hours of the overtime component, the coefficient overtime.
But that's required.
It's not required. What we're saying is we give you up to 10 hours to get that route done in a day. So we don't want our drivers going over 10 hours work in a day. Safety reasons, a lot of different DOT reasons. It was just a point of comparison. I could give it to you as 40 hours, I could give it to you as 50, I could give it to you as 60, based on the amount of days the employees were working. I thought it would be a good average to say to the employees here, we would like you to work 5 hours or 5 days a week, and we'd be expecting you to work up to 10 hours in those days. Now, if you get done before that, you go home before that, but it was just a way to give a comparison of our salary.
It's really confusing.
It's 2 days a week. How many employees do you have?
I'm truly confused.
Commissioner Ross? Nothing? Okay. Anyone else?
Can you answer that? It's 2 days a week working.
No. That's, all right, I'm sorry?
You're correct. That's getting into management details that we have no way of judging, because we don't have that discipline. And
Yeah, if the manager is confident that she could look at, and staff could look at the in-house operations and check out those numbers, concurrently negotiate the contract, I'm okay proceeding in that manner. I mean, no decisions are being made And in fact, we'll have more concrete numbers when the contract is negotiated. Granted, it's going to cost money to do that, but to get a clearer picture, I think we need to negotiate the contract, flesh out the existing operations, and then it will come back to us. So I'm comfortable to, that was your motion, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm comfortable to support that motion.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask for some flexibility on the timing of that. If we are not prepared at the May meeting, that we might call a special meeting even a week later if we find we need one more week.
Without a doubt, that's fine.
We have to, like I said, we need to price trucks. We need to take all our trucks into the repair shop to see what it's going to take to, the ones that we keep, what the estimated repair will be for the year, things like that. I mean, I want to give
Okay.
you solid research, so if you just allow me the flexibility between now and mid-May to return.
Yeah, sure. We'll schedule a special meeting if necessary. All right, so motion by Commissioner Ross, second by Commissioner Jonas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0?
No, no.
4-1.
Negative.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience.
Can I have like a 3-minute break?
Yeah, let's have a 3-minute break, 5-minute break.
I called 10:47.
10:45.
No, I said no for the motion, for the motion. Who was with me?
Make sure we
For the
come back
motion.
before 11 so we can continue the meeting.
10:47.
Yeah, we'll re-adjourn at quarter of 11.
I said for the motion.
Oh, when the meeting ends.
Quarter of 11.
You get the prize.
You know what, if there's anything we could do to like put some things off to another meeting, I have to catch a flight
Yeah,
early
I
in the
agree.
morning.
It's a compromise.
Well,
It's given what I'm asking them to do. I know.
just, you know, we don't have to talk about a photo contest or.
You know, I'm not going to vote against something I've asked.
That's it, yeah, and I'm so tired that
I can't
I
make a
have to
decision
do it,
without
but,
all the
I can't.
information.
But
Now you're going to give me
anything
all
else,
the
I forget the
information.
photo
I'll just
contest.
sleep.
It just
That's what I'm asking for. I don't pull a Steve. I don't pull a Steve or a Brian.
You're paying them that too.
We just don't know what the adjustments were.
We're going to spend 10 hours a day. You're paying them for 32 hours a week.
But we need to talk about, yeah, so we're gonna get rid of, just postpone all those other.
All right.
To talk about
Instead
what?
of,
I know, but about what?
me too. Instead of,
I know, but I'm
instead of-
thinking just in light of the time, do you think we
instead
should
of explaining the
just
solution,
postpone these
why
to the
don't
next
you
meeting,
talk
some
to
of these?
Heidi
or-
and just listen? What?
But let's move. Okay.
No, I don't know anything about this. That's why I listen to them.
Okay, yeah, no, that, so how about the
Yeah.
photo contest,
Yeah.
we can get rid, she's okay with getting rid of that, so we'll do this one.
Yeah.
Do you wanna put this
All I'm
off?
saying is,
The fair trade, the next, okay. Ecology board, I'll ask Fred. That can go off, that can go though, hold on.
The thing about that 7 houses, $52,000 in access to
Thank you.
Ah, that you added, that you want that. That you added it as well.
you got a commission. What do you want to live someplace else where they don't have an elected official?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get started.
All right.
Or finish.
What? Yeah, I know. I know.
All right, we're gonna talk about, we're gonna revisit the outsourcing decision now. April Fools. All right.
Try the roast beef.
All right, we're gonna go on to new business. 12. We're gonna move. Where's Commissioner Watts?
I know we look for there.
All right. Well, we're gonna if it's okay, we're gonna move 12A to the next meeting. Do we need to? Can I just
By
pull these? Or?
consensus.
Has she gone home?
No, she's here.
Because really, I was going to say 12A is the kind of thing that RAB ought to be taking up. It's not a commission issue.
Okay, but let's just push it off to the next meeting, and that's a good suggestion. But let's not even discuss that.
Okay, Mayor, either that or just go ahead, 12B, just jump right over.
All right, let's move on to 12B. Thank you.
And I would like to keep 12B on because Issa
Issa's
has
here,
some
right.
information that's timely.
So okay, so Issa's going to present this item.
Well, my information was in the agenda packet, and a description of what I envision us doing is in the memo. In part, it was to give the task to the Recreation Advisory Board to sort of kick off our campaign. We did pass the resolution, but we were not so good about documenting the things that we were doing in support of it and promoting ourselves. So I would ask the Recreation to do so, and I believe Issa has already started on some things for us.
Mayor, Commission, staff, definitely will be brief.
Thanks, Issa.
We, you know, I love this campaign, definitely. So we're already in starting the planning for one of our first signature events, tying it in with the Walk a Hound, Lose a Pound. So we're looking at April 26th event, which will be a 9 a.m. event. That would actually be following the week of the egg hunt. So we want to kind of just get you guys on board as we can begin promoting this event and get it started to get the Let's Move campaign. I love the interest of tying the rec board in for our advertising. I know one of our members is here, and the new board is definitely on board to doing big things. So I think that'd be a great project to help task them with, and of course I'll work hand in hand with them to promote many other programs and events to tie into this campaign. So.
Issa, can you give a brief description of Walk a Hound, Lose a Pound means?
Walk a Hound, Lose a Pound. So it's they do it a lot with kennels and the shelters for animals. We're kind of just going to tie it into this huge overflow of dog lovers that we have in the village, and encourage the families to come out. So I know the Let's Move campaign targets a lot of child obesity, but we want to involve everybody so we can bring the families out. But we definitely are going to use the egg hunt to encourage children to come out with their dogs and then bring along their parents as well. We're talking to some neighboring companies and also some residents who have companies that deal with pets, food supplies. So we want to have a few stations along the route. The route's going to be similar to the 80th anniversary fun run we had. It's going to be a walk. Basically, we're thinking of almost the same route, a 1 mile walk from Village Hall ending here at the rec center.
Okay, I have we can talk offline, but a resident in the village, actually my neighbor, sells fitness equipment,
And she's been telling me how, the fitness movement is really growing. Obviously, this is an evidence of that, but I think, we can talk to her maybe about if there's sponsorship opportunities.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's one of our
Love it.
long-term goals, actually, with the rec board as well, for fundraising.
Okay.
For the equipment, hopefully lining the park where people constantly walk here.
So the rec board has already met for the month of April?
Yes.
No.
No.
No, today's
The
April
last month,
1st.
Okay.
We
Then
just
they-
met in March, right. So they're the
Okay.
last week in April.
Oh, is that timely for them to help you, develop a flyer and everything?
Well, we're hoping to have the flyer out this Friday to go out with the weekly report.
Okay.
And then I can definitely contact the rec boards and maybe we can, we're going to work it out here definitely, and also use that Easter event, which they're definitely on board, the spring egg hunt event, to do heavy promotion there, which is one of our signature events and huge influx of kids and families here. So a wonderful promoting tool right there.
Great. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I think this is, wonderful. Aside, but there are a couple of things in Commissioner Ross's suggestions that I take exception to. One is that we should be tasking the rec board, advisory board, with developing flyers and materials to promote healthy food choices and eating habits. I think that maybe it's like duplication, reinvent the wheel. I'm sure with all of the things that Commissioner Ross already gave us, that has already been developed by the government, and flyers that are already out there, I think for the rec board to have to come up with new flyers is just redundant, that there's got to be all this stuff out there. And then a lot of us know, anybody who reads the paper knows about food choices and eating habits. And so I just think that the rec board has a lot to do, and I don't know that they should be having to do that. And the one other thing that I think we should consider with this, in line with the Let's Move and promoting good eating habits, I know that I think the foundation has talked about trying to get a kind of farmer's market here at some point. We might think about that. But also would like us all to consider getting rid of the junk food in those machines. I'm sorry, it's junk food. Why are we promoting it? Yep. Sorry, have some vegetable crisps instead. And Coke, use it to get, okay, good. All right, good. But, you look in those machines, I mean, there are good granola bars with chocolate on it. They're just as good and not as bad for you. And I think if now the high schools and grade schools are no longer having all of this junk food being pushed on kids, I don't know why we've got that in our things.
ESA's working through that transition of
We're slowly transitioning to a much more balanced vending machine. I've already talked to the company. Me and Candido actually, when a guy came and refilled today. So they have this huge list of products, and we kind of have to go through and mark. The biggest thing is that it's just they're here for profit. They're a business. At the end of the day, they're looking to make more money. The healthy things they sell. But with the healthy products come a higher price. And so those
I
are
was
things
told we got rid
to-
of the healthy products because they didn't sell as well. And if there's nothing else to buy, then they'll have to buy healthy products if there's nothing else.
All right.
We're working on
or
it,
bring junk food
definitely.
with them.
Anything else on this item, Commissioner Ross?
Just the idea of the promotional materials was to make it Biscayne Park unique, so that
Okay.
then we can go to the national organization and say, this is what we did.
Perfect. Okay.
So I make a motion, we approve?
All right.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Issa, thank you very much for hanging
Thank
around.
you, ESA.
Good job.
And Mayor,
Yes, sir.
before we proceed, we need a motion to extend the meeting past 11, please.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:15.
15.
And I'll second that one. Maybe we can get finished with the agenda. if we-
Okay, second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, so,
12C,
You'll postpone?
I'm happy to defer that.
okay, we'll defer 12C. 12D, Commissioner Jones, you
Yeah,
okay
can
with
we-
deferring?
Yeah, we can let that go.
Okay, we'll defer that. 12E, Commissioner Anderson, can we defer this?
No, yes.
All right, 12F has already been taken care of. 12G, FP&L hardening project, Commissioner Watts, do you want to discuss this?
Yes, I do. Last month's meeting, we were all, as the village manager, was surprised to learn from FP&L that they were resuming their hardening project. To me, it was they were beginning a new project, and I asked that the meeting for the Planning and Zoning Board, their presentation, be postponed because there wasn't time for enough people to be aware of that. And I think that even so, even with it being put off, I think that it's an issue that should go before the commission and not necessarily just be put in a planning and zoning board. And that there hasn't yet, I know that the village is planning to send out a flyer, but I think, again, it's the issue of a flyer should have gone out to all of the residents about this, not just saying that there's going to be a presentation by FPNL, but the whole issue. And FPNL had not, if they had met at the last meeting where they were planned to, they hadn't even considered the possibility of wooden poles. Okay, not until I asked. Now they're trying to give us models. But it wasn't even in their site plans to even suggest or discuss alternatives. It was just they were going to do it, as their subcontractor already did, and put 2 poles up. And I think this is an important issue if we recall what happened 2 years ago, and the anger and the upset of this and going down our signature streets, and albeit 6th Avenue is not ours to control, but I think that we should talk with our elected officials and do something about this, because this will yes, it will affect property values in some way or another. At least I know I would never buy a house with one of those concrete pylons in front of it. And I think that it will destroy the aesthetics of the village. It'll make us, as the person who was writing for the congressman who's supporting getting rid of the pylons on Las Olas Boulevard that they're going to take down, he said it makes it feel like an industrial complex. And our most beautiful street on Griffin Boulevard, a sort of signature street, I think Merlo Griffin will be turning over in his grave.
All right.
So
Thank you. So I mean, I share your concern with the impact of these poles, but unfortunately, you know, it's a hardening project that was started a few years back, and it's a continuation of that project, and it's authorized by the state that oversees FPNL. And we really don't have unfortunately, a lot of leverage to prevent it from happening. But what we can do, and it behooves us to talk with FPNL, and I've met with them, and meet with them and see what we can do to sort of mitigate the impact. And they're looking into perhaps alternating wood concrete, perhaps removing or providing less poles and having a greater span. So they're looking at those things, and they're going to present those to the P&Z meeting. I would ask the manager if we could, since we haven't received that information by FPNL yet, if we could ask their cooperation in postponing the P&Z meeting for 2 weeks.
It would push us to the 28th, the meeting on the 28th, correct? So it would be the April 28th. It's the 14th? Oh, no, the 7th, I'm sorry, yes, the 21st.
Okay, I mean, see if they're agreeable to do that, so that at least we'll have time to digest. And then when we go to the P&Z meeting, the residents will at least know what the options are.
So really the goal is to have them at the 21st meeting, but ask them perhaps to have information to the village no later than the 14th, to have some kind of backup materials to the village. Okay.
Dave, Rox has a comment.
I'm sorry.
Bye.
Commissioner Ross.
I have a comment, having lived through that whole process before, and realizing that the longer that things are postponed, the more heated the conversation gets, and the more misinformation that gets distributed. For example, flyers that were delivered to my house on Sunday afternoon, one of them included Commissioner Watt's email, and there were many errors in that flyer. I'm not going to say that it was an intentional violation of the charter, but if we're not able to give out accurate information to our residents, then they're not going to have, be informed properly. Likewise, as we came in today, there was this left on our chairs. It's an article from 1996 when they were putting in the concrete poles on Las Olas. And at that time, apparently, the commission decided that they maybe wanted to underground at a cost of $1.3 million. They wanted to underground those lines. Well, that never happened. And the power lines are now strung, the power lines now have concrete poles. I can pull up a picture for you from the internet, and Las Olas has concrete poles.
Yeah.
So, the stirring up and the aggravating people and giving this sense of fear to people really has to stop. We have to have an adult conversation about this, and I think that the manager should be the point of information to be distributed to the
Then,
residents.
then the information has to be
Okay,
sent
okay.
out. No
And-
one
and I-
knows.
Wait, Commissioner, and I
Currently.
agree with you, Commissioner Ross, but I don't, from my perspective, it's not delaying just to delay or to frustrate the process. It really is to, I mean, they are looking into some of the proposals that we asked them to look into, and so I think it's only fair, and I think would only be more productive to have that information before the P&Z meeting, so everyone can have that thoughtful discussion.
And that's fine, but what I'm proposing is that the manager or the clerk, the administration, be the people that distribute the information or supply us with the information that
Sure.
we can distribute to residents.
I agree.
Rather than creating fear and making people aggravated
I agree.
when it's not necessary.
Well, if they would
Commissioner
send out the
Anderson and
information, that would be
Commissioner
great.
Jonas. Go ahead, Bob.
You know, the first part of the hardening project, it was sliced and diced every which way. And the choice was to go ahead to withstand what the state, on the storm standards. It was either concrete poles put X amount of feet apart, or you could have wood poles closer. And the commission at that time decided it's better to have less poles than more poles. Because if you had wood poles to withstand that, every property was guaranteed to have a pole. On Griffin, because those lots are wider, every property is guaranteed to have at least one pole, and you're going to find 2 poles if you want to stay with all wood. I know if I was a property owner, I wouldn't want to have 2 wood poles in front of my house, especially a lot of them have to have curved driveways. You're going to end up with a pole right in the middle. So a concrete pole, you may not like concrete, but the distance between them is greater, so you're going to have less. And why Florida Power and Light probably was looking at non-wood poles is it's a continuation of what they've already have been doing. It's the next phase. But if this commission decides and wants to push to have a picket fence of wood poles, so be it. I don't live over there. I happen to have a piece of property. I got concrete poles on the side. I got concrete poles behind me. It did not lower my property values. My property values have skyrocketed.
Also have all those.
So I look at it, anybody wants to buy my house, they'll take a look at it and be assured that they probably will keep electric in a windstorm. Not looking at wood poles that are on every angle you can look at. Go around the city and take a look at what happens to those wood poles when they get older.
Commissioner Jonas.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a time that everybody was kind of comfortable using their fireplace and their kerosene lamp, and then somebody told them they didn't have to deal with any of that anymore. They could just have light bulbs, and the only thing was they were going to have these wood poles in front of their houses, and they probably were up in arms about it, just like this. But you know, we all get over it because we need the electric power. This is a hardening project. It speaks for itself. It's a good thing. It gives us more reliable service. Frankly, I'd much rather not lose power. I would much rather not have to listen to everybody's generators all day and all night when it happens. I have a concrete pole now in front of my house. It's much better than the wood pole that used to be there, which was in the swale. The concrete pole is back off the swale. I don't even look at it. I'm just happy it's there. About property values, I don't know where anybody's fantasy that property values would be lowered comes from, but I will tell you that Andrew Olis, one of our neighbors who's a realtor, said that in his opinion, concrete poles increase property values because they suggest greater stability and reliability, and a homeowner or a home buyer would like that. So I really think we should essentially knock it off and just let this thing go through the way it's supposed to go through.
I disagree. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, and there's obviously a reason why they're doing this hardening project, and I agree with you that the benefits are there. But if there's a means to mitigate the impact and perhaps reduce the number of concrete poles, I think that we owe it to ourselves to look at that and at least hear what they have said, and they've agreed to look into it. So I don't see the harm in postponing it 2 weeks and receiving that information from them, which they've agreed to look into.
Suit yourselves and outvote me. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And you know, I think that this is being pushed down our throats again, and that's typical of FP&L. I think that they didn't. I asked for a no that it would be very, very expensive, but I asked to find out what an estimate was.
And they're looking
yeah,
into
and
that.
I still
okay.
haven't gotten that information.
All right. So
and it's a 6-month project to even think about financing that kind of thing, and they said they wanted to start in a month.
all right. Well, they're going to come back to us with the information, and we'll have a discussion at the P&Z meeting. So, is there a motion?
Make a motion not to interfere with the schedule we have.
So you don't want to postpone it 2 weeks
No.
to get the information?
Right.
Okay, is there a second? No second? Okay. Motion, any other motion?
I make a motion to go ahead and postpone it for, what's it, 2 weeks? To postpone it for 2 weeks to get the information.
Okay. Is there a second?
I have a question for our lawyer and for our village manager. I'm confused over the issue of them coming before the P&Z board as opposed to coming before the commission. The P&Z board apparently was because they have...
They're getting a building permit.
Yeah, but then I was told, it was inferred that they don't need a permit. So I'd like to know for certain whether or not they need a permit from planning and zoning or they don't, because I've heard
No, it's
two different...
they need a building permit. They
Building
don't need a
permit.
permit from planning and zoning. Planning and zoning is just
Right-of-way
reviewing
permit.
it. They're not making a decision.
Right.
So then why-
It's actually, it's technically a right-of-way permit to be operating the right-of-way. And that goes through planning and zoning, not this commission.
Well, and the planning and zoning board really looks at development orders. They don't need a development order.
Right.
They need a right-of-way permit, which staff has the ability to just issue. We are giving the community a courtesy by taking it to the planning and zoning board. The planning and zoning board seemed like the most logical nexus for a board to at least have this informational meeting because they deal with general development, even though this is in the right-of-way. In the past, it did not go to the planning and zoning board. Through the files that I've researched, that the clerk provided me some past email correspondence, it seemed that the past manager, when this issue came up, indicated that it would go to the P&Z board, but then it never did. So our thought was that that was the proper vehicle, at least to have the planning and zoning board post this informational item to get the information out to the community.
Okay, then one more question. If you said that the village administration has the ability to grant them this permit,
The building department, sure.
then does it also have the ability not to grant them a permit?
The way the permits work, if it's correctly filled out and correctly asked for, like for a right-of-way permit, if it's actually in their right-of-way and they fill that out, then it's granted.
So there's a pro forma, it's a done deal thing.
Well, it's basically a ministerial act. If they complete a proper permit on a proper area that's their right-of-way, they're granted a permit. That's
So that is a done deal then? They fill out the forms correctly?
We
I
are
just wanted to
working.
have plain words.
We are working with the FP&L representatives to bring forward the current concerns that we've been receiving, and they have shown good faith in addressing those. So while eventually some kind of project will take place, FP&L has shown us some professional courtesy and flexibility to entertain our questions, and that's what we're hoping, I think, through this delay, that we'll actually have these answers to those questions at the presentation to P&Z, so that we could get the best project possible within the constraints of Florida state statutes for the village.
And that goes towards what Commissioner Ross has said. I mean, I think it behooves us to listen to what they have to say and to work with them. I mean, you know.
But they wouldn't, if we hadn't objected, they wouldn't even have looked into alternatives.
Okay,
You know?
but the fact is that they're willing to look into
Okay.
it, so I don't know that it's not going to be productive to attack them. I think we need to sit down and have a productive conversation. Okay, last
I
comment.
just wanted to clarify for the record that what occurred when they did their prior hardening, or the first phase of the hardening project, the manager at the time decided that the proper procedure was to have it before staff, to have it before the building director. And there was a open staff meeting here in this room. The public was invited to come and be part of the process and get information about the project. And that's the way it was handled then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so there was a motion to extend it 2 weeks by Commissioner
Right.
Anderson. Thank you. Was there a second?
No.
There was no second.
Yes.
A second by Commissioner Ross. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries 3-2.
And that's to delay to the 21st.
I'd like to make a motion attendant to that that we allow the information that's going to come from FPL to be filtered through, come through the administration, and that we refrain from alarming and distributing faulty or incomplete information.
And just to add to, for Commissioner Watts too, in our franchise agreement, there is also that we can ask them to move it if we have some sort of traffic concern. So they have to act reasonably on that issue too, which we'd like to, that will be something that can be looked at when the permit comes in.
And can we be sure that the flyer will go out in due time to everyone in the village, not just the affected residents?
Is that the intention of staff, is to put a flyer on every door?
This will affect everyone, not just those living on Clifton
Yeah, we
Estates.
typically, well, what we've done is put it on the website.
People don't look at the website.
I think I'd like to have it on the website, but to go for the extreme cost of having it to go to every household, I think it's more important it goes to the households that people where they're going to have this project in front of their house. So if it's the flag that's put there, if they decide that homeowner says, you know what, it would help them if it was a couple feet over, they're notified. I don't need to have a flyer come to my house.
Well, is there any flyer going out on any other activity before the meeting? Or?
Our plan was to deliver flyers tomorrow to the affected households because of the April 7th meeting. Most likely we would delay that a week so it's a little closer to the meeting date and that people don't forget about it. We have been talking about doing a mass distribution for recreation flyers, but that hasn't been scheduled yet. There's a cost associated with printing these out for village-wide, and it also takes away from staff time on the meetings. All that entire discussion we had for 3 hours, this is one of those tasks that can take away from the sanitation and the other public works functions, because that's who we rely on for this. We were intending to do it through our email blast, weekly update, lean on the commission for their distribution list, but we would hang tag it on the homes that are on the route of this project.
Okay.
I have to say that I think that's not sufficient. It would remind me of the time when they were going to plant, and Commissioner Anderson will remember this, when they decided to put the new police building on the green on 114th Street in front of the log cabin. That affects everybody in Biscayne, not just the people that live on 114th and 7th.
We need to extend the meeting.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
I think that this is so important.
Actually, I already had a motion on the table. I didn't hear a second, though.
Commissioner Anderson, second.
Okay.
Call the question.
Oh, it was with regard to,
No, I'm talking about extending the meeting.
yeah, we wrote it that right.
Oh, I thought that's what you were
Wait, regarding Commissioner Ross's amendment, can I also ask, not only does the commission have the information filtered directly to them, but that any questions for FP&L are filtered through my office, therefore that I have a good sense of the information that we should expect back from FP&L, and I can help manage to make sure we're getting the answers to all of our questions, because I understand that there have been individual calls to FP&L, and sometimes I'm surprised, but because I'm also asking the same questions, there's overlaps. So if you have questions that you want for the 21st meeting, if you could send them through me, or at least copy me on your correspondence, I'd really appreciate it.
So you're going to amend your motion?
To restate that is that we allow the manager to do her job, be the center of information, to filter information to FBL, to us, and to the residents.
Okay. Is it?
And let it go to all the residents. An email list is only, we've only got 300 people or so on the email list. It won't go to all the residents unless the flyer goes out.
That would be a separate motion.
Okay, so Commissioner Ross' motion, you're going to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is what?
I'm sorry?
The motion is what?
Filter all info through the village manager.
The motion is all the information and all questions goes to the village manager.
Okay.
And then FP&L is going to distribute the information to you, and you're going to distribute it to us.
Yes.
Okay? All right, motion carries 4-1. You wanted to make another motion?
That we send a flyer out to all of the residents in Biscayne Park.
And you're not satisfied that the personal, every resident that's going to have a pole in their yard is
No,
going
I think all of the residents should know what's going on.
Okay.
And if we can find money within the budget for going to League of Cities dinners and things like that, we can find money for a flyer.
Okay,
And I won't be able to go to some of my League of City meeting, the Thursday night meetings, so they can take the money that's designated for me to go to those monthly meetings and use it for a flyer.
Okay, is there a second? All right, no seconds, motion.
So much for transparency.
All right, we're gonna move on to village reports.
We had the code reporting issue, but let's put that off
Can
to
we
next
move it?
week,
Yeah,
to
okay,
next
good.
one.
All right, village manager or you want village attorney, you wanna go first?
Yes.
Sure.
I think it's more pressing.
Manager is tired from speaking, I think. Just briefly, special assessment for law enforcement services, that's up in Senate Bill 884. Heidi did send you that. It went to the committee today, 3 o'clock. It was the Community Affairs Committee, and that passed 8-1. So that will continue to move forward. So we'll see where that goes. And remember, there's an offset there from whatever you would, if you decide to do this assessment, you would take that off your ad valorem.
Right.
Okay, so letting you know that. I emailed City Attorney North Miami. It's been crickets since February 25th. So I would just ask, we're going to have another meeting. I'm bringing this up as an item in May, and I'll be asking for assistance at that point. And I sent an email out today, just asking if they've decided not to review the contract since we met on February 25th, the manager and I. Thirdly, we have an item that has come up in the police department, and we have the manager and I have the need to look into some issues that have arisen. They involve, under Florida statutes, Chapter 112 issues, which involve the Police Bill of Rights. So really not at liberty to talk about details, but what we decided to do based on the allegations is to go ahead and hire an independent firm, independent person. Asked around for several people, and there's an individual, Jesse Scott, that myself and the manager interviewed. The individual has been a law enforcement officer since 1982. He retired in 2010 as a captain at the FIU Police Department, and he now conducts things like investigations and looks at accreditation, and he's highly recommended through several sources from attorneys and HR directors that we spoke with. So due to the nature of the matter, Heidi and I talked to him, agreed to enter into a contract which is $50 per hour. He's well under the $2,500 at this point, but he may go over that, and because of that, I would like the authorization to go ahead and negotiate a contract consistent with $50 an hour for this individual to fully look at the items that have been raised, and we can keep you informed as we move along as to the cost. But it's important issues that need to be resolved. So I would request a motion authorizing myself and the manager to negotiate, the finalization of really a very simple contract and to have it executed.
I'll make that, okay, I'll second. Okay, motion by Commissioner Jonas, second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor?
Could we
Discussion?
possibly make that like a not to exceed 7,000, 8,000 at some point before it comes back to us for?
Sure. It's hard to know exactly how quick and how far. If we go not exceed, we can do 10, we can do 7,500, at $50 an hour. We have a month, and it depends on what really happens. I would tell you that we would do everything to keep that cost down, but if we get not to exceed 10,000, it's fine.
How about if you just keep us apprised of what as the billing goes along?
That's fair.
Right.
That's even better. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, this is unrelated but prompted by that. When you voted to go under negotiations for a contract with Waste Pro, there was no limit set on the amount of money and time spent for negotiating the contract?
No.
Wonder how much money that's going to cost. Will they let me in the budget? Do we have it budgeted?
We have other legal services budgeted in the city's budget.
John, have you ever negotiated something like the Waste Pro? What would you estimate the hours have been from your past experience?
It really, this is a much smaller contract. Recently, I was part of the negotiating team for the city of Coral Springs. there's several hours that were there, but a lot of the complications don't exist here. For example, they were actually hiring full-time employees to administer the contract that Waste Pro was paying for. The contract, as I see it, will be very similar and much simpler than the Coral Springs one. Hetty's going to do a lot of the actual. We have a format of what we're going to use. So
We're completely off topic for this agenda item. I'm sorry. to
Yeah,
interrupt
I
you,
agree.
John.
Okay.
I mean, I can keep you apprised of that if you like to.
All right, so there's a motion on by Commissioner Jonas, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. correct?
Right.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should I ask about the water agreement, or?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's what I brought up with North
Yes, we
Miami.
did. I didn't see, I didn't hear it, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I emailed the city attorney of North Miami today, reminding them that since February 25th, we have not heard anything, and asked them in my email, is it your intent not to negotiate with us, because I need them to inform my commission. My suggestion is I will bring this back as a formal item in the May meeting, and then ask for either a resolution requesting them to actually negotiate. I put in my email today, we would be the only city that I'm aware of that is getting water service from another municipality that is not documented. I think it's a very simple request that we've made, and I'm hopeful that they will come back to us, but they have not, and they were supposed to come back to us for this meeting.
I mean, is it, I think we had discussed about one of us or me meeting with the counterparts over there.
Sure.
I'm happy to do that.
Well, I'd be happy to have you do it if that's what this commission wants. And what I can share with you is if we get, let's call it by Friday to see if I get a response to my email, and then if not, I'd be happy for any or all of you to reach out to your counterparts, one-on-one, of course, because it's a sunshine issue.
Okay.
I think what we ought to do is all of us ought to reach out, but so we aren't all converging together, is go through our manager so we know that the manager is making sure. There's a few people I'd like to reach out there, not the mayor.
Okay.
But, you know, some
We
of the
can coordinate
commissioners I
to
have known for quite a while. So this way, if, you know, I think if we're all coordinating it, so we're not off just going off different directions.
Okay.
That's something the village clerk and I can assist with, absolutely.
And so what we, in a couple of weeks, we'll find out from our attorney. if he's
When I
still
get an
in.
email back from the city attorney, I will BCC all of you.
Okay.
And
Okay.
work with the manager.
All right, village manager, any?
I just have just 3 informational items. We are having a meeting on Wednesday, April 9th at 6 p.m. of the Public Art Committee. Their first assignment at their first meeting would be to discuss the placement of the Lorenzen sculpture. I have been in contact with the director at the county over the annexation process. Our application was passed by the county commission to go on through the process. The first stop in that process is the Planning Advisory Board of the county. Right now, in order to get it to possibly the May Planning Advisory Board meeting, it's going through their staff review. He's offered to sit down with me after the staff review. I'm going to try to meet with him even beforehand to just kind of introduce ourselves and introduce the village and hope to kind of gain favor with their operations. But it will not be going to the Planning Advisory Board until the May meeting, and I don't have that date or time yet. And finally, just as an informational item, we are meeting, staff's meeting with the representative from Miami-Dade Traffic Controls tomorrow here in the village to talk about some of the items we've all talked about, which is stop signs, speed bumps, and addressing maybe some of those issues that affect 121st Street to see what we can do. And we'll give you an update on that either through an individual email to the commission or in the weekly update or both.
That's it?
That's it. You did skip number 13, request for items
I'm
on the
sorry.
next agenda. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, anything?
Respectfully.
Real quick,
Sure.
whichever way we go with the sanitation issue, it seems like we and the residents are committed to dedicating some money for road
Correct.
assessments. and maybe we should start working on an ordinance to implement that, because it doesn't matter what is decided with sanitation, that's gonna be a separate assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I also think there's a lot on their plate, so maybe we could wait until we come back, but.
Yeah,
that's my-
I'd rather do that, because I think there is a lot on their plate.
So, well, that would mean that we're not gonna have it in time for this year's fiscal billing with the county.
That's true.
Yeah.
We're talking, we'll check with the property appraiser tomorrow.
Okay, I have another.
And if we have to have a special meeting in May to set
Okay,
the
all right.
assessment and second reading of the ordinance, that might be the way it will go. We'll have to look at that.
Okay.
If we have 60 seconds. Just one thing, then we're skipping the consideration of board applications. Perhaps since the meeting for the Arts Advisory Board, the first meeting is scheduled for the 9th, there was one application for the Public Advisory Board that maybe we should consider as a timely.
Yeah, I think that's on the clerk's. You're going to address that issue, right?
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Oh, okay, sorry.
You need to move
Okay, we need to extend the meeting for 5 more minutes?
5 more minutes.
Number 27, your call.
Okay, I think that's it, right? Or do you want, you have to address the board appointments. Go quick.
You, commissioners, you have the 2 applications. One is for the Public Art Advisory Board. There are only 3 currently on that board.
Right.
And you also have one for the Code Compliance Board. They have 5, but they do not have an alternate. And that is, of course, the board that you want to make sure has
Right.
Do we need
As
to have a
participant.
motion on this?
Yep.
I make a motion to, for the 2 people that applied for, one for the
Code
Codified
Compliance and Public Art.
and Public Art.
A second.
Second by Commissioner Ross. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can you also ask Jenny Sardella if she also has, I believe, some type of, I thought she has some type of art background as well. Can you see if she's interested in, since she's an alternate on code, see if she's also interested in art advisory, since we have one more opening?
I found somebody else, too.
Okay. Motion to adjourn, or do you want to announce the meetings?
Yep.
Got time, it's 11:28. Plenty of time.
Tuesday, April 2nd is the Code Review Board at 7 p.m. I'm sorry, Wednesday, April, Code Review Board. The Parks and Parkway Board is also meeting on April 2nd at 6 p.m. Friday, April 4th is Coffee with the Mayor at 9 a.m. Monday, April 7th is the Planning and Zoning Board at 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, April 8th, Code Compliance Board at 7 p.m. Wednesday, April 9th is the Public Advisory Board at 6 p.m. Wednesday, April 16th is, I'm sorry, let's skip that for a second. Wednesday, April 16th is Code Review Board at 7 p.m. Saturday, April 19th is our Spring Egg Hunt at 10:30 a.m. Monday, April 21st is the Planning and Zoning Board at 6:30 p.m. Also Monday, April 21st, Ecology Board at 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, April 22nd, Recreation Advisory Board at 7 p.m. Our Parks and Parkway Board is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, April 23rd. On Friday, May 2nd is Coffee with the Mayor at 9 a.m. And Monday, May 5th, Planning and Zoning Board at 6:30 p.m. And our next regular commission meeting is Tuesday, May 6th at 7 p.m. Thank you.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, Dan did good.
You have,
Right, he waited the whole time.
no, public comment is the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I thought he wanted to say something about his.
Motion, what's that?
I thought he wanted to report, that was the place for the rec board reports.
All right.